Alright, everybody, welcome to Tomb of the Savage Kings, one of the free RPG days from 2021. We'll be running through this module today, and as I said, I expect it to take roughly 3, possibly up into the 4th hour, depending on how much exploration and how safely you guys take it. As I did said, went over the housekeeping items. Just remember, carry capacity 10 plus your strength mod and items. Armor you're wearing does not count against that capacity. Backpacks add to capacity, and a small sack can carry 3 small items such as like jewels, rosaries, random little things like that. And then if you have small treasure items like a brooch, glass beads, kind of stuff like that, I don't really count those against you as well. So it's just equipment and weapons for the most part. So with that in mind, we'll go ahead and start getting into the build up here. So it's been a couple months since your last adventure. You guys spent your time honing your skills and your abilities to level up to level 2. In that time, some other things have maybe come up for you. Some training, commerce, or other responsibilities have landed you in the city of Portinel. Your exploits have reached the city and been spoken of throughout the citizens, gaining the attention of one of Portinelli's most popular and wealthy socialites, the widow Zita Aztur. One of her associates, Wemble, a halfling dressed in scholarly clothing with an arm and a sling, has frantically approached you in a desperate plea for assistance. Zita's sister, Isabel, has gone missing. Isabel is well known in Portinelli for her incredible beauty and her interest in antique weapons. Isabel had recently become entangled with Ardith Bey, a stranger who had acquired information regarding the whereabouts of the tomb of Andoheb, greatest of the Savage Kings, and the rumored resting place of the fabled moon spear of Andoheb. Not trusting the newcomer, courting Isabel, Zita instructed her halfling associate and scholar, Wemble, to perform discreet investigation into Bey's background. Wemble learned that Bey was a known associate of El Gato, a thieves' guild renowned for their deft burglary skills and canny ability to move stolen goods. Wemble's sources confirmed that Ardith had purchased from El Gato a map rumored to lead to the tomb of Andoheb. The sources claimed Ardith suspected Andoheb's moon spear could be found in the king's burial chamber. Wemble's sources could not confirm the validity of the map, but if legitimate, Isabel may have been enticed into joining Ardith Bey in pursuit of its discovery. Ardith Bey's last visit to Isabel was 1 week ago, and neither Bey nor Isabel have been seen since. Zita is fearful that Bey and Isabel have gone to risk the dangers of the tomb in search of the moon spear. Zita will pay you guys handsomely to follow up on this lead and bring back the news of her sister's whereabouts. As for recovered treasure, Zita respectfully requests a 15% locator's fee, but her sister's safe return is her main concern. Zita instructs Wemble to guide you guys to the tomb as they caught a glimpse or a rough kind of sketch of the map. You guys can bring Wemble inside, as he is an expert in ancient languages and may be able to assist in any hieroglyphics that you guys find. And finally, she requests that if we happen across Ardith Bey during the exploration, she would like him brought back alive if possible, as there may be some individuals at El Gato that would like to have a word with him. So, as the adventure begins, we are going to be starting outside of the tomb. Alright, so everybody should have control of their character tokens, able to move around if they would like here outside the tomb. The light that you can see coming from the sides of the screen is just the moonlight that is coming across. You guys are standing in the shadow of a large hill in front of you. So after a grueling 9-hour trek through forest, across creeks and over foothills, your guide Wemble stops before an oddly shaped hill covered in vines. The hirsute halfling is covered with mud and sweat and quivering from either the cold night air or excitement.
"This is it! The tomb of Andoheb, brother of Luthranor, the greatest of the Savage Kings. If Ardith Bey enticed Isabel into the tomb with him to search for the spear, there will no doubt be clues in there."
And as Wemble rambles on, you study the mound before you, illuminated by a full moon. What you first thought was just another vine-covered hill is actually a flat-topped pyramid constructed of gigantic stones, some as large as a human. At the base of the pyramid in front of you, you can see a statue. It's been carved into the likeness of a human female with the head of a baboon. Its foreboding countenance glares a warning
to those who would enter. The pyramid itself stands about 400 feet wide at its base, 121 meters high, 200 meters feet high. It is made up of large stone blocks, which look like they'd be fairly easy to climb. And from there, I leave it to you. You do see a small, what looks like remnants of a camp here on the side.
Let's check the camp.
Yeah, let's go see the camp.
All right, as you guys go and look at the camp, Wimble joins you guys. It looks like... Go ahead.
Oh, I will light up the area with sunlight using my shield.
Okay.
Nice.
Let me go ahead and put a torch on you, and then you'll just know that that's not a torch, it's your shield. And the torch won't count against your inventory as it's actually your shield. All right. Why is that not giving you the option to light your torch now? I'm going to refresh really quick. Give me just a second.
Camper up a little bit and try to get a bird's eye view on the area.
Okay. All right. As you guys investigate the camp, the ashes inside are cold, and the couple like bedrolls and tent there look like they haven't been disturbed in a decent amount of time.
Are there any leftover documents or personal belongings or anything, even something disposed of?
No, it looks like whatever they brought with them, they took with them wherever they went. All right, and as you scamper up the pyramid, it's pretty easy to climb on. As you climb up to the top, you can see out just over the jungle a little bit, and looking around, you don't really see anything of too much interest, but go ahead and give me a luck check. An 8. So as you're scampering up and over, you kind of move around the pyramid once you get up to a certain height and start kind of walking around it to get looks around the surrounding area and kind of checking for anything else you could possibly find. On the northern side of the pyramid, you find a small hole that looks like it goes down into the pyramid. It's only about 9 inches by 9 inches square. So it looks like a small air shaft of some sort.
Alright. I guess I'll come back down and let everybody know that I found that, though I'm not sure. I don't think none of us could fit down there. Maybe our old halfling friend.
Can I examine the statue?
Absolutely.
Just let me know one more time what it is.
As you examine the statue, you see that the carving is of what looks like a baboon moon goddess. It's in the shape of a female figure with the head of a baboon. It is about 12 feet tall and carved from a single piece of stone. Examining the statue reveals to find details including a crescent moon necklace and the inscription of a curse at its base. May the moonbeams of Il-Babi always illuminate the face of Andoheb. Those who obstruct the moon's glow will be judged and cursed. Their eyes shall feed the maggots. Moon sand will fill their lungs, and the scorpion shall know their bed.
All right, so I say to the guys, looks like the moon, phases of the moon or position of the moon is going to be important here. Where the moonlight is falling. Where's the moon currently in the sky?
The moon
It's
is
nighttime.
the moon is on the opposite side of the pyramid, so you guys find yourselves in the shadow of the pyramid. The moonlight you can see on either side of the screen there.
Yep.
I wonder if the moonlight might have anything to do with that shaft up top.
Yeah, or once it hits this side of the pyramid, something might happen too.
Right.
And you guys can see as you get closer, there seems to be the outline of a door frame here, but you don't see a door.
Maybe
Okay.
it's important not to obstruct the moonlight.
Yeah.
Can you read the inscription again?
May the moonbeams of Ea Babi always illuminate the face of Andoheb. Those who obstruct the moon's glow will be judged and cursed. Their eyes shall feed the maggots, moon sand will fill their lungs, and the scorpion shall know their bed.
Do we know that? Do we know anything about Ando Mep's depiction? Is it a baboon goddess?
Andoheb, as far as you know, was just a kind of like a ruler back in the day. He was one of the Savage Kings.
Okay.
So, as far as you'd be aware, he'd be humanoid.
Was that necklace removable, or was it part of the statue?
It's carved into the statue.
I guess it'd be cool. Might go ahead and just like light up a little campfire real quick. Park my donkey.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I was gonna ask if anybody needs or wants some extra stuff to carry around. I've got kind of a little store with me, so on the donk. We got rope, we got grappling hook, we got iron spikes and a hammer, spyglass, I guess, chalk.
Oh, yeah, I was going to mention, too, that when you guys were in the last town, you guys would have found lodging of some sort, because you probably would have been there for at least a couple weeks. So any items that you wanted to leave back in your lodging that you didn't want to carry with you if you were, like, overloaded, you can just put little notes next to them that they're back, you left them behind.
Cool. Is there also things like, because I had like 40 gold pieces worth of jewelry last time, could I just have sold that and
Absolutely, yep.
put it in gold pieces? Awesome.
How long do we think it would take for the moon to move through the sky and light up this side of the pyramid, if possible?
Go ahead and give me an intelligence check.
Ooh. Okay, one second. Is that gonna do it? 13.
Best you can gather that the way this pyramid was built, the statue is always in the shadow of the pyramid. That the moonlight will not hit this side.
Is there anything reflective around?
Yeah. Could we have anybody have a mirror? Or shiny metal?
You don't have a shield? I don't have a shield.
My shiny shield.
That's a bit too shiny.
Well, I could extinguish the sunlight from it and just have it as just regular shininess.
I think it's good.
Yeah, I would say that would work.
Oh yeah, or try that if you want.
It's of Justicia, so you keep it pretty clean. So we'll turn off your light there. And you move to the side to try to catch the moonlight?
Yep.
All right.
And reflect the light onto it.
So go ahead and give me a general just agility check as you attempt to position the shield and reflect that moonlight. What are you trying to get the moonlight to hit?
Wherever my friends are telling me to get it to hit. To statue.
Let's try the statue
reckon-
first.
Okay.
Various parts of the statue, like the necklace or the face or something like that.
All right. With a 19, yeah, you're pretty adept. You've gotten used to carrying the shield. You've trained with this shield a lot, and you keep it polished, like immaculate. As a follower of Justicia, you do everything you can to just keep this shield, as it is a connection to Justicia for you, as pristine as possible. So it's immediately getting over there. You can see the moonlight starting to refract onto the side of the pyramid. So you begin just moving it around a little bit to aim this beam of moonlight. And sure enough, you're able to get the beam of moonlight to hit the statue. In which case, you see the stone archway at the front of the pyramid begin to dissolve. It almost becomes see-through. It glows with a light green color and then becomes transparent.
Well done.
Yeah, right.
Okay, I'll as people move move inside, and then I'll try as far as I can to keep the moonlight focused as I make my way to the doorway.
All right. So Wemble will follow you guys as well, but you can tell he's going to be staying at the back. So everybody's moving inside?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I can move you guys inside. What is the marching order you guys would like to go in?
The wizard is in the middle.
Okay.
This is squishy.
Let's see. We can have needs near the front because he has a pretty high AC.
Okay. So needs, as you you wanted to go in, one of the first guys, you were shining the moonlight at the statue. So as you move into the shadow of the pyramid again, the moonlight stops, but the door, it looks like it stays open.
Nice.
So you are all
Good.
able to move inside.
Okay, actually, I should be at the rear because there's the thing about anyone who blocks the moonlight gets cursed. So I will tell actually people to go ahead of me.
Okay.
Thinking about it.
Baldwin will go up front. Maybe somebody can fight over his head. He's a dwarf.
All right. So we'll have Baldwin go in first then.
I'm a warrior. I don't know. Maybe I'll be after him.
And you should have vision because you are a dwarf, so you have dark vision. Let me go ahead and fix that for you really quick.
You can light a lantern. I have one.
Yeah, I got to fix his vision anyways, just so he has that in case the lantern goes out. All right. So then going behind Baldwin is who?
Maybe Jake. He's a warrior.
Jake. All right. Oh, you got him. You can control him and take him inside. That's fine. All right. Following Jake.
I'll go after that, so I'm
Okay.
not at the back.
Can you remind me whenever we get back inside? Can we just go over everybody's character?
Yeah,
Don't know
that'd
if
be
we
good.
did that before.
Oh, I moved more than one character at a time. I forgot it freezes on me every time I do that. Got to do it one by one.
I'm also very new to Foundry, so you guys have to bear with me.
Not a problem.
Well, I figure things out.
Oh, hey, thanks for copying that whole little character background thing. I just noticed you put that in my notes.
Yep.
Sorry. Hope that wasn't too long.
No problem. It's easy. Copy paste.
Oh, cool, yeah. I guess so.
Sorry, give me a second. I'm loading back in. My Foundry's giving me issues, like I said today. I don't know why. There we go. Okay, so we got Baldwin, Jake, and Nived all inside. Rick, Zavin, you guys following in along kind of the middle flank?
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
hang out with the halfling.
Move inside. Just make sure we have room for everybody there. Wimble will stay, as I said, towards the back of the group. And then as everybody steps inside, Tom, you step into the shadow of the pyramid. And as I said, the stone doorway, it looks like it stays open. So you're able to follow in and move inside the pyramid. As you guys step inside, I need to reopen my journal. All right, Foundry, no more issues today. All right, this majestic chamber is covered floor to ceiling with exotic images of warriors, creatures, humans, and demi-humans. The wall paintings depict 5 unique scenes from the lives of the royal family of the Savage Kings. Woven throughout each scene are arcane hieroglyphics of a long-forgotten language. Near the east wall, technically the north wall for us, a scrap of fabric seems to blow on the floor, carried on the eddies of an unseen draft coming from the far side of the room. The scenes depict 5 significant events in Andoheb's life, and I'm going to share with you guys a image. So you should see that pop up. All right, so the image that you're seeing The scenes are easy enough to understand, but references deciphering hieroglyphics, Wemble kind of goes up and immediately starts kind of reading through the hieroglyphics. And you can see kind of an excitement on his face. So scene 1 from left to right. Scene 1, two men spar with powerful magic spears. One spear has the aura of the moon, and the other has the aura of a wolf. Inscriptions at the bottom as Wemble spends some time reading over it. It takes him a few minutes, but he reads over it and it basically gets out the rough idea that Andoheb is the one wielding the moon spear, with his brother Ulfanar, who wields the wolf spear. The second scene, he goes over and starts reading through that one frantically, and he kind of takes out a book and is flipping through and kind of referencing the hieroglyphics to something in his book. Scene 2, a man stands over a woman who has just given birth to twins. An audience of guards, priests, and concubines watch in attendance. As he finally reads through the inscription, it says, Emrusup bears twins to Andoheb, the princess Shanjasup and the prince Tehuti. He then moves to the third image, the one in the middle. Scene 3, a man in a bamboo mask spreads his hands over a pool of water. Overhead, an ovoid pale green moon casts an image of a snarling wolf-like creature into the water's reflection. And again, this one takes him a little bit longer to read through and translate, but roughly it says, the priest whose name shall not be spoken warns Andoheb that the demon jackal of Lys hunts his family and will not stop until it has devoured on their souls. The fourth scene. A group of short humans fight a desert jackal while two other humans with spears look on. Inscription. The Sandmen mysteriously emerge from the moon pool. Their disruption results in Ulfanor and the priest who shall not be named, whose name shall not be spoken, failing to save Sanjusip from the demon jackal of Lys. Scene 5. A beautiful young woman is being prepared for mummification. Next to her, a man wearing an ornate burial shroud screams as he is forced into a sarcophagus. And the inscription reads, the priest whose name shall not be spoken is condemned to spend eternity wearing Iababi's shroud of unlife as punishment for being unable to prevent the death of Princess Sanjasup. And you can see as soon as he finishes reading that last one, like a little bit of like worry or panic on his face, but still like with that excitement in his eyes. As reading these ancient hieroglyphics, you can tell it really excites him, and this information was just great for him to be able to read and discover.
Wow, they got some really draconian medical malpractice. Wow. You know, the clerk's kind of like, going under the collar like, oh, phew, that seems a bit extreme for, like, feeling a lay on hands roll.
Yeah, well, don't fail any, man.
All right.
On you.
So as you guys are in here, you guys can see to the left and right hallways. They're at an angle. I kind of just did that on the map. They're straight, but they slope down. So that's why I just kind of put them at an angle. So it kind of indicates that they slope down.
Based on having climbed up or whatever, which direction roughly would that hole be?
This side, the far end of the wall, where there's a slight breeze coming from somewhere on that side, as you see that little piece of cloth on the ground that is kind of moving from the wind.
Okay, gotcha. I guess I'm going to take a look around up there real quick.
Okay.
Nivad would take out his parchment and he'd just do some quick sketches or write down some quick notes about those tiles that we saw.
Okay.
Thinking they might be important.
As you get closer to kind of take down some notes and write some things down, you notice that I believe it's the image on the second image from the right, the one of the warriors fighting the wolf and the two figures off on the top. The two figures off on the top don't look like the ones down fighting. The ones fighting look like they're in ancient garb, that kind of ancient Egyptian or Mayan garb. But the two that are watching on look like they're wearing and wielding weapons not dissimilar to you. Kind
Oh,
of
wow.
more modern equipment, it looks like.
Different time periods. I'd point that out to everybody else.
All right, and as you go up to inspect the piece of cloth, you're looking along the wall, and it's almost like an illusion that it's like built into the wall, but there is a small opening. Again, this like 9x9 opening that is kind of letting in a very, very pale amount of moonlight.
Can I try to see if that like looks like it lines up with like maybe one of the carvings or something?
You look at it, and it looks like it's basically just above where the carvings and such are. It's about like 9 feet off the floor, up towards the ceiling of this chamber. So it looks like it's not supposed to be part of the carvings. It's separate from the carvings.
I mean, like, does it look like, once the moon is, say, directly in front of it, that it would shine in a particular area? Like,
Directing the moonlight.
Yeah, it looks so the carvings kind of go along the walls from left to right here, and it looks like basically if the moonlight were to come directly in here, it would basically just illuminate this room a bit more. It doesn't look like it would point directly at something.
Let's try the shield thing again. Like,
Yeah. Okay. I'll
well,
try.
and, like, down is it like lined up with the?
Is there already moonlight coming through this small space here?
Not in a way that you can really tell. The room has just a minor amount of light in it from moonlight coming in, but there's no like beam of moonlight coming through it. So trying to catch like the reflection on the shield doesn't really do much.
Okay.
I guess I'll scoop up that piece of cloth.
Okay.
See, does it look embroidered or smell horrible?
It looks like it is a small piece of fabric, possibly from a skirt or a dress that is torn.
Isabel, maybe.
Someone's daughter.
Yeah.
This could belong to Isabel. And then you said there's 3 other ways to go. Here, and then these other 2 passageways?
Yep, the 2 passageways on the bottom, left and right, they slope down. The passageway in the upper right looks like it's just a straight hallway.
You want to try the straight hallway first?
Sure.
Cool.
All right,
So,
so you guys can move through the hallway as you see fit. Just remember your marching order there. So I think, Sam, you're in front, right? Or no, Balden is.
Yeah, Balden, yeah.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and move Balden. Balden moves through the hallway. You can continue moving yourself from there.
Everybody ready to slowly move forward?
Yeah.
Cool.
We can, yeah. We can review and then say that we're just in the same marching order.
Right. Oh, and can we do a quick character introduction? I don't know whether I missed that before, at the start of the session.
No, I don't think we did it.
Is that a turn? I'm trying to move forward. I can't go there. So is it a turn to the left?
Yep. Yeah, it moves up. Yep.
Okay.
So here, we'll pause right here for a second.
Right.
So we'll go ahead and start doing the introductions. I'll just go from top to bottom on our players' little icons there. So Leo, you can go first.
I'm playing Balden, a dwarf. He's a dwarf. He's got a shield and a warhammer. Or I'm sorry, yeah, it's a warhammer. That's all you really know about him at this point. He was just, y'all just came across him. He was looking for a like-minded group of adventurers. After having some experiences of his own, he decided to get out into the world and try to make his way, his fortune. Just use adventuring.
All right. Nived.
Nived is a wizard. he's a bit young. Maybe he looks like he's in his early 20s. Maybe you'd expect a young wizard to kind of relish in his magic powers and wanting to explore them and see how powerful he can get, but he's a bit different, and he's he's very extremely reluctant to use his spells actually, and he's a bit haunted by his magic, and he doesn't really talk about it that much, what happens when he does his magic.
All right, Rick.
Rick is a thief, bit of a coward, and curious guy, but yeah, loves his donkey.
All right, Sam.
I'm playing Jake Thunderdeep. He's kind of a barbarianish type warrior. I mean, well, he's a warrior, so.
All right, Tom.
I'm playing Needs Cash. He was previously a beggar, and then he found the holy word of Justicia and a holy shield, and she preserved him from horrible death. And so now he's extremely devoted and is very glad there are no filthy priests of chaotic deities here. So he's a lawful priest of Justicia. Is anybody chaotic?
No, don't think so. Come on.
All right. Okay, that's great.
All right, and lastly, Zavin.
Yeah, playing Gwayer Fayhorn, Elven Glassblower, whose fate allowed him to survive the nasty funnel he did, is out here adventuring with all his compatriots, trying to make some cash and a name for himself.
Perfect. All right. So you guys are able to continue moving forward then. So everybody can move on into the next room there if you guys want to move together. So as you guys enter this chamber, you enter a chamber which is covered floor to ceiling with stylized glyphs and depictions of savagery. 3 of the walls depict an army riding giant wolves as mounts. The leader commands a regiment of baboons which tear into their human enemies and eat their corpses. The blood of their victims appear green in the otherworldly light of an ovoid-shaped turquoise moon. The east wall is dominated... North wall, sorry. Everything in this is like, it's turned, but I wanted to make the map easy alignment, so north. So the north wall is dominated by a carving of a baboon head at least 8 feet tall. Its snarling mouth is wide open with violent aggression. The dark passage in its throat is wide enough to swallow its victims whole, but there's a pale green light that you can barely see deep within the passage. There seems to be another passageway leading south. And it looks like emerging from the southern passageway, you see a set of large footprints. The person who made these prints must have trodden through some sort of dark paint or dye or something in the passage beyond, and the footprints become more indistinct and eventually fade out completely as the walker moved towards the passageway which you just came in from.
Big feet or little feet?
Look like they're fairly large.
Humanish feet or like baboony feet?
They look more humanoid, but I would say it looks like, equivalent, like a size 12 or so foot. Like they're pretty large feet, but they're humanoid.
They're like toes, or is it like a boot, like wearing shoes?
You don't see individual toes, so it looks like it's either they're wearing some kind of shoe or something else that gives them just a straight print without toes.
Cool.
And they were coming from the right, past where we are, and then down.
Yep, down into the
Where we
room,
came from?
into the chamber you just left. Yep.
Okay, so whatever stained their feet is off to the right somewhere.
Can I look at the stain? Is it blood or is it some kind of chemical or something?
It looks like a dark reddish brown liquid that you don't recognize. Yeah, you can't really tell if it's blood or not, especially with the dim light here. I'm assuming Needs Cash, did you move into the room with him?
I do.
Okay, so I'll just move you so you guys have the light here. So with the light of the shield, you get a little bit closer look at it, and yeah, it just looks like a muddy reddish brown liquid. Doesn't seem to be blood. Doesn't have the color of blood, um, but you're unsure.
And the giant baboon or monster mouth thing, it's big enough that people can pass through it.
Yep, I will show it to you guys really quick. So that is what you
Oh, very
see.
cool.
Nice. It's not terrifying at all.
And looking down, like I said, looking down the tunnel, you can see a pale green light at the very end.
We should look in the mouth for a mechanism in case it, tries to close on us. If we go through.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe if Baldwin has any ability with his dwarven underground stuff to be able to maybe check to make sure that the jaw isn't hinged or something.
Go ahead and
want to take a look?
both of you can investigate. It is quite large, so just the mouth or the throat basically of this creature, as you would go inside of it, is large enough for one person to squeeze through at a time. Maybe a halfling, if you had one, could kind of easily get through there. Like Wemble could easily go through there, but you can see from the look on his face, he does not look like he wants to go inside that thing at all. But the thief can agilely get in there, the elf can easily, the dwarf can easily, but it's just you'd be basically just kind of on hands and knees going through. But so go ahead and Rick, if you want to use your thieving skills to kind of investigate for traps, and Baldwin, if you want to give me an intelligence check, and you can add a 5 to that with your dwarven abilities. So Rick, you go up and look for any kind of traps and things, and while the...
Oh, hey, that was a 16, sorry.
Go ahead and re-roll.
A D16, yeah. I clicked the wrong thing.
All good.
Ooh.
There we go. Okay, yeah. You look through it, and it doesn't look like there is any traps in here. The statue itself, like I said, has these massive teeth and stuff like that, but looking at the carvings, you don't see any kind of hinges or breaks. It looks like this, again, was carved from one solid piece. And you don't see, as you kind of loosely go over the floor and things like that, you don't see or feel any kind of pressure plates or trip wires or anything like that in this area. But Baldwin, where you're standing currently, as you came into the room first, as you entered the room, you could see a little bit of dust fall from the ceiling, just kind of settling in the chamber.
That's not a good sign.
Yeah, does the ceiling look
Unstable.
like it's about to collapse on us or anything?
With the light in here, it doesn't look like it. It looks like it's solid stone. You can see some individual tiles of stone above your head, and it looks like kind of the dust comes from the cracks between a couple of stones.
Okay.
Maybe someone's walking around.
Yeah, that's a good point. That could be something like that. Baldwin wants to kind of advance over to this corridor to the right and just look down there with his infravision.
Okay.
So can I just go right there?
Yeah. So as you look in here, you peek your head around the corner. Here, I'll move you one ahead and know that you're a step back. You peek your head around the corner, and in this chamber, this dank chamber contains what looks to be an open sarcophagus and reeks with the odor of decay. The sarcophagus's lid is set off to the side. Can't really... Looks like there's something on it, possibly, but you can't really read it from where you're at. And it looks like the murky reddish-brown liquid that you're seeing in these footprints, the footprints get more defined the closer it gets to the sarcophagus.
I'm going to just kind of whisper back to the guys, hey, there's an open sarcophagus over here. Whatever was tracking this red stuff came from here.
It it might be unholy since it came out of a sarcophagus.
Bring up the light and let's check this thing out and see maybe we can figure out what this was.
I'll bring up the light.
And Baldwin will step further into the room, up to the sarcophagus.
Okay. So as you step up to the sarcophagus, you see that there is so the sarcophagus's lid is inscribed with a man with the head of a baboon. There's a murky reddish-brown liquid is pooled at the bottom of the sarcophagus and has spilled out onto the floor. Large footprints leads toward the exit where you had just come in. Another inscription is clearly made more recently using the foul liquid from the coffin. Looks like it was kind of scribed onto the wall using the liquid.
What does that say?
Both of them look like they're in some kind of ancient language that you can't make out.
Okay, I'll write it. I'll copy it down on my parchment to see if we can get some kind of translation later.
Can we get
Call
the
it
whole
in.
and take a look?
Sorry, where are you?
Yeah, you want Wemble to come up and take a look?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so you let Wemble know that there is something up here that he can't read, or you guys can't read. So he comes up and he again pulls out his little book and starts kind of reading through it a little bit. And as he does, I'm going to need everyone to go ahead and roll me initiative.
Great.
Wow.
And I will add you guys to initiative, so give me just a second. All right, so for those of you who don't remember or are new, in the upper right above the chat, next to the chat bubble, you'll see 2 crossed swords. That is the combat encounter. You can click on that, and it'll allow you to roll your initiative. And Baldwin, I need to move you for a second. Okay. All right, so we just need Sam. Go ahead and roll your initiative. All right, so with that, looks like we've got the guy with the lowest initiative die goes first. Sam, Neved, Tom, Wemble, Baldwin, Rick, and Zavin. So as you guys start to look around in here and get closer to the sarcophagus, as soon as you step in the liquid that's like pooling at the bottom, it begins to writhe and move. As this is mummy juice. The mummy juice begins to move. And you see a mummy juice elemental begin to rise up and strike at you. So it will get one surprise round on you guys. So it's going to attack Baldwin, who was the first one to approach the sarcophagus. So it's going to get one little attack against you. And that is only a 12. So I believe that misses.
Yes.
All right. So this mummy juice writhes up and slaps out at you, but you're able to dodge out of the way as the sickening squishing sound of it smacking at you misses and hits against the side of the sarcophagus. All right. With that, we will begin the combat, and Sam, you are up.
Yeah, I guess Jake will see what his big battle axe will do to this mummy juice.
Oh yeah, fleeting luck. Everybody has 1 point of fleeting luck right now as well, so Sam now has 2. All right, you come up with your hand axe and take a swing at it. Clearly, this thing distracted by Baldwin, you're able to strike at it before it has a chance to move. You deal 4 points of damage to it initially, and as you hit it, though, it seems like it almost heals back from some of the slicing damage that you did. And this creature doesn't really have a nose, but as you slice it, though, some of it kind of comes off and splatters against the wall on the far side. Go ahead and roll me one more d6 for the additional damage from your crit. Another 3 points of damage. Again, doesn't seem to take the full blunt of that damage. All right, you good staying where you're at?
Yeah.
Okay. Neved, you're up.
Yeah. Okay. We're all bunched up in a small space. I think, as ineffective as it is, I'm gonna have to use my longsword. Give it a try.
Yeah, I can say that with this room, there's enough room for you guys to kind of maneuver in between each other and such. So it wouldn't be too difficult to get up there and kind of make like a stab at it. So you move in, go between Sam and Baldwin, and you're able to kind of get your sword in between there at this large just pool that is rising from the ground of this mummy juice. For an 18, that hits, doing 9 points of damage.
Yeah.
So it ends up taking 4 points of damage. All right. Do you step back or stay right where you're at?
No, I'll move back to let other people come in.
Okay, so I'll say in this movement, you guys are able to kind of move around the sarcophagus in a way that as long as you stay in this room, it's not going to get an opportunity attack against you. All right, Tom, you're up.
I mean, I'm just going to assume this is unholy, and I will turn unholy.
All right.
Should go up. Shield gets me 1 up the dice chain. I don't know whether that's going to work, but I will try it.
Yeah, if you have to, you can manually roll it, but you can try rolling it regularly first.
Okay, all right.
Actually, I think, did we change your cleric? Yeah, because you can up your turn unholy. You're at 3 right now, and you should be at 4, right?
Yeah, so actually, I mean, that was it. I'll take that, even though it didn't go up.
Okay.
I'll take that, and that should be a +5 actually. So that should be a 23.
Okay, so 23. Yeah, so that would be... Oh, I always forget how the turn undead works here.
3 or 4 hit dice.
3 or 4 hit dice. All right, this thing does have 4 hit dice, so it begins to try to flee. Unfortunately, it doesn't have much room it can go. So you basically see the entire pool start to move away from the sarcophagus and kind of into this corner and almost kind of move up the corner, filling the corner and spreading out on the corner. Looks like it's...
Oh, it does get a will save.
Okay.
Can it make a DC 23 will check?
No.
Okay, good.
Here, I'll roll to see how terribly it fails. An 11, so yeah, not even close. Yeah, so it looks like it's possibly maybe trying to look for a crack or something that it could possibly get out of. So it's kind of just moving along the corner and the wall here on the far side, kind of moving back and forth, trying to get away, but can't seem to find an escape. So with that, I'll give it disadvantage on its attacks here on the next turn, and it will not attack against Tom, as it is fearful of Tom.
The glory of Justicia, for all evil flees before it.
All right. With that, the mummy juice begins to swirl in its panic, not being able to get out. It's just going to lash at both Baldwin and Sam in the front there. So the first one against Baldwin. Ooh, I thought that was going to be a natural 20. That rolled back to a 2. Yep. So a 7 is going to miss. And then versus Sam, that is a 15.
It might hit.
15. Yep, that hits. You have a 15.
Wasn't
Oh,
disadvantage?
yeah, it is disadvantaged.
Yeah.
So,
15. Oh, well, yeah, 15 is exactly as normal. So.
the second one was better. So yeah, it hits you with a 15 for 5 points of damage. And with that, I'm going to need you to make a fort save. A 15, that is enough. Basically, as it hits you, it begins trying to basically just get on top of you and begin to like suck you in and encase you in its liquid, but you're able to get out of the way so it doesn't start to encase you with its liquids. You do smell now this rancid odor on your skin where it hit you. All right, Wemble is immediately going to dodge in between a couple of you and head back into the previous chamber. He looks scared and takes off. All right, Balden, you are up.
Don't run too far.
Okay, Baldwin is going to attack it with his Warhammer and do a shield bash. And for his mighty deed, he's going to maybe like try to cover one of his nearest allies some with his shield as he like shield bash, and then try to like give someone a little extra protection.
Okay. I would say for the ones that are immediately up there, I'll basically just add a +2 AC to Sam, who's next to you. But you don't succeed. So you're able to hit, and then you kind of try to position your shield, but you don't feel like you can get enough. With the coffin in the way, it's hard to position your shield to really benefit anybody else. But a 16 will hit for 9 points of damage. So again, he takes 4.
And then I got to do my shield bash.
He's resistant to bludgeoning.
Oh, you know what? No, bludgeoning he should not have been resistant to. I take that back. So he takes the full 9.
Yeah.
All right. And then with the shield bash, you go up and smack it with the shield. This time, it doesn't seem, as you hit it with a shield, it kind of just sucks itself against the wall, so you feel like you hit the wall and not really the creature itself.
Okay. And then I guess for movement, Baldwin wants to hop over into the sarcophagus so he can get out of the way.
Okay. So that's fine. You can stay where you're at. We'll know that you kind of position yourself in the sarcophagus.
Okay.
All right. Then Rick, you are up. You hear a commotion from around the corner. I'll just go ahead and move you in there. You guys don't have to worry about your position specifically. We'll know you kind of moving around throughout this chamber.
Yeah, I guess I'll try to take a shot. Good luck, everyone else.
Uh-oh.
Hey.
Oh, that definitely hits. You definitely jump in here, and with it covering so much of the wall as it's trying to find an escape, you're able to have quite a bit of surface to aim at, so you can aim over your comrades and hit it for 4 points of damage. Again, only taking 2 from the arrow, though. Zaven.
Okay, I'm going to use my staff and try to club it.
All right. You go to swing at it, and as it spreads against the wall, it almost opens up a gap where you end up hitting the wall instead of hitting the creature, unable to strike it. All right, back up to the top of the round, Sam. You're up.
All right, I'm gonna swing with my my battle axe. That's what I meant to do last time. I didn't. But anyways, for my mighty deed, I want to turn it where it's flat way, so I'm hitting with the flat of the blade, so it's doing bludgeoning instead of slicing.
All right.
I don't know.
You try to position your axe so you can hit it kind of like baseball shoveling or like a shovel swing at this thing, trying to get the flat side of it to smack against this thing. But again, it definitely moves as it's panically searching for an exit, and you too smack against the wall, and you feel your hand like reverberate from the shaking of hitting the stone wall. It hurts your hands a little bit, but you're able to keep grip. Neved, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna take another shot with my longsword.
Okay.
Slice and dice. Ooh, doesn't look good.
Moving into attack. You two can't seem to hit this thing. This time, trying to go between the two, as everybody's moving back and forth, you get bumped a little bit by Sam stepping back, and your swing goes wild and misses.
Thanks, Sam.
Tom, you're up.
Yes.
I shall draw out a Warhammer, as this is not worthy of being smoked with Justicia's holy weapon. I'll move up, and then I shall hit it with a Warhammer.
All right.
Okay,
Go to
so I hit
hit it
11.
with the Warhammer. And you too, as you try to move between, you go to strike it, and it, afraid of you, moves out of the way to start moving down the wall on the left here. And as it moves, you're just too slow to hit it, and you too smack against the stone wall here. Your hit echoing through the chambers. A little bit of dust again coming down from the ceiling.
Justicia commands you to be still and allow yourself to be killed, unholy blob of goop.
All right, the creature, as it tries to move along the wall, again strikes out at. This time it's going to be versus Baldin and Zavin. So the first strike against Baldin. That is a 13, which I believe misses. Yep, just misses. And then versus Zavin, a 12, which misses well. So as it comes along, two like pseudopods of this gross brownish red liquid whip out at you guys as it moves by, but if in its panic to try to move past, it misses both of you. All right.
Nice.
Wemble around the corner, hearing the echoing out. He's kind of like peeking around the corner looking to see what's going on, but is not taking any action. Baldin, you're up.
Okay, I guess Baldwin's going to leap out of the sarcophagus so that he can keep up with the mummy juice. And he's going to attack. And once again, I guess for his mighty deed, he's just going to try to add some protection to one of his comrades. Whoever's closest.
Okay.
Let me find my thing. So Warhammer and Shield Bash.
All right. You smash it with your Warhammer. This time as you hit it, the pseudopod that came out at you, you're able to smack at it, and you see some of the liquid just spray against the wall from smacking it. It's going to take 6 points of damage. And with that, Rick, go ahead and give me a reflex save. As Baldin smacks this thing with his warhammer and it kind of explodes and sprays, a lot of the liquid lands on you and just kind of like starts covering you a little bit. You don't take any. It doesn't seem like it's taking any effect or doing anything to you, but a lot of liquid lands on you. All right, and then with your shield bash, you go in and you try to smack it again, but this time it doesn't seem to do anything as you try to swing at it. But you see Rick get covered in a little bit of liquid and position yourself to give him some defense as the creature seems to be moving past him. Right, Rick, you're up.
Horrified by the mummy juice, I'm gonna back up and try to kind of stand up on the edge of the sarcophagus or something, get a good view, and pop off another shot, I guess.
Oh no.
An 18, your crossbow, your aim today, you feel just that your eyes are precise, and you're able to fire between a couple of your comrades and hit this liquid as it's trying to leave, taking another point of damage.
Man, I'm a good shot when my enemies are only 10 feet away.
Zavin, you're up as the liquid's coming along the wall towards you.
Take another whack at it with my stick here.
A
That's
9.
good.
It dodges below you as it sticks to the lower corner of the floor, and you smack against the wall. Again, the staff reverberating in your hand a little bit, but you keep a grip.
I'm gonna yell at Wemple to watch out. The ooze is coming.
All right. You hear him kind of whimper a little bit of a scared sound there. Sam, you're up.
Watch out for the Bobby while you're hiding in there.
Attempt the same thing. Hit with the flat my battle axe.
All right.
Time. Hopefully I'll roll actual battle axe. Nope.
Again,
Okay.
twisting your battle axe, you feel like you got a nice flat surface to smack this thing, but again, it kind of sucks down along the floor, and you can't seem to quite hit it. David.
All right, slice and dice.
A 13.
Hit.
That just hits. As you
Nice.
stab it and slice it across it with its sword, again, you slash across as one of its pseudopods is kind of reaching out towards Zavin, and you slash off part of this pseudopod. And that is going to be enough to finish it off. As you slice that off, it moves like it's about to leap at Zavin, and then just goes limp, and the liquid just starts to settle into a pool on the ground. And
Yeah,
it
make
is
sure I'm
dead.
not stepping in that. I clean off my sword too. That's gross.
All right, it is dead. Everybody go ahead and give themselves 2 experience for that.
Nice.
Nice. I as well am going to clean off my warhammer.
I clean off my whole body.
Yeah, just anywhere where there's stuff.
Rick, you try to clean off your body, and the liquid seems to have almost just kind of like dried and settled in.
Oh no.
Water skin. Start doing some laundry.
Can you check out
Let's
this
know if you have any
sarcophagus?
great thoughts.
All right, you got to check out the sarcophagus. You call Wemble back in, and he nervously comes back in, kind of avoiding the pool of liquid. And as I said, there's still some pooled in the bottom of the sarcophagus, and then this new pool where this creature just went down. There's a good amount of liquid there. But he goes up and he starts reading the inscription on the sarcophagus itself. Again, it's in that same ancient language that the previous hieroglyphics were in. And it says, "For his wanton failure to prevent the death of San Giuseppe, the high priest shall have his eyes boiled, his ears seared away, and his body inhumed within Il-Babi's shroud of unlife for all eternity. Andoheb's law has decreed that any who seek the secrets of the moon pool by speaking his name shall have their tongues removed." And then he goes up and starts looking at the inscription that was written on the wall in this foul liquid. And it says, "I, Karish, shall be named. Andoheb shall weep with impotence from his moon throne when I entomb his precious son Giuseppe within the cursed shroud of unlife."
So we think this was the priest who was mummified here?
That's what it seems like.
Yeah, and what was the Karish? Was the
Uh,
was
yeah,
the name? Of...
Karis, I'll go ahead and type it into the chat here really quick. Kharis.
And he's the son of Andoheb.
He is the priest.
Oh, priest's name is Karis. Okay.
So if he was cursed with unlife, maybe we need to do something to that body.
Well, he's here somewhere, walking around.
Yeah, he tracked the mummy juice into the other room and through the baboon mouth, right?
Okay.
Oh yeah, okay.
Not through the baboon mouth. He went down the way that you guys came from.
The other way. Okay.
There were 2 other corridors descending back there, so you could have gone down one of those. Who is the son of? It mentioned the son of Andoheb, right?
So the son was named in the previous carvings that you saw. There was an image of a woman giving birth to 2 children, a daughter and a son. The inscription here was cursing this guy for not being able to prevent the death of the daughter.
And what did he? Is that what he wrote in the mummy juice?
He wrote, I, Karis, shall be named. Andoheb shall weep with impotence from his moon throne, and when I entomb his precious son Jisip, the daughter, within the cursed shroud of unlife. Here, I'm going to go ahead and put both of these in the chat for you as well so you have it. So, Wemble reads through this for you. This is on... Oops, never mind, that's not going to work. It's doing a link. That's okay. So I'll just read it again. So, on the lid, the inscription in the ancient list says, for his wanton failure to prevent the death of Sanjisup, the daughter of Andoheb, the high priest shall have his eyes boiled, his ears seared away, and his body inhumed within Babi's shroud of unlife for all eternity. Andoheb's law has decreed that any who seek the secrets of the moon pool by speaking his name shall have their tongues removed.
Anyone who speaks the secrets of the moon pool by speaking his name.
Yep.
So that's why it's the priest who shall not be named. Because nobody wants to lose their tongue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't speak the name of the guys that begins with K.
He who shall not be named.
Right, there you go.
Okay. Well, what do you guys think? Baboon mouth or back through mummy hunting?
Was there anything else inside the sarcophagus?
Nope, just a pool of the liquid.
Okay.
And does the pool of dead mummy juice monster look like it's doing anything?
No, at this point it looks like an inanimate just pool of disgusting reddish brown liquid.
Do y'all want to go ahead and move back over into the main chamber?
Yeah.
Baboon chamber?
What are you guys thinking? Through the baboon or back the way we came?
Maybe we can. Let's try following the mummy thing.
Back the way we came?
Yeah.
As you guys get to this bottom hallway where you guys came in, the mummy juice footprints all but fade away completely, entirely.
Does that look like that's a natural thing from the stuff running out on his feet, or does that look like it should have kept going?
Yeah, it looks like it was naturally. It just as he took more steps, it faded away and became less and less prominent until he turned the corner and it basically was gone altogether.
So he went down there somewhere.
Yep.
Probably didn't help that like 6 dudes walked over it too.
Mm-hmm.
Back to the main chamber.
Yeah, I'm not
The
sure
entrance hall?
about going. Yeah, not sure about walking through the baboon.
Oh, come on, aren't you curious? We can throw the halfling through.
You see him like back away from you as you say that, a little bit nervous, getting behind somebody else, like, oh.
I'm just kidding, I'm not strong enough to throw you.
Well, you can see Needs will look like it's very fond of halflings. You're like, oh, we're not doing anything like that to a halfling. Archibald is a holy martyr to our faith.
And Wemble comes running up next to you and is like, all right, I'm gonna hang out with you. All right, as you guys step back in this way, Rick, you notice that the wall directly in front of where you're currently facing kind of disseminates like the doorway that you walked in. The stone turns kind of a pale green and translucent and you can see through it.
Ooh, let's go.
Looks like there's a hallway. And I will go ahead.
Let's go.
I'm lost as to where we are on the map here.
We're back in the entrance hall.
Oh, like way up here. Okay.
Where the split was.
Here and here. And Zavin, I'll go ahead and bring you over.
Then there's a new passageway here.
Yeah, so you look through, I'm not going to show it yet, but you look through, it looks like there's a hallway leading into a large chamber. You see light, and at the far end of it, you see what looks like a figure standing over some kind of altar. This figure stands like 9 feet tall.
Does he look like a mummy?
He does.
Are we ready for a mummy fight, guys?
We're extremely ready for a mummy fight. Actually.
Yeah, I think
Get
Needs
my-
is ready for a mummy
Get my shield ready.
All right, Rick, do you step through first?
It's not really my style.
Because you're the only one that can see the opening. Nobody else
Oh.
can see it.
Okay, well, I will tell them that I'm seeing through this wall here.
Hang on a
Stay
second.
right
Is
here,
he the one that has the mummy juice on him?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh. So don't wash that off. It's very useful to us. Please continue to be covered in mummy juice.
I'll put my hand through it to show them.
All right. As you put your hand through it, you feel like the slightest resistance as your hand goes through, but your hand passes through it. And everyone else sees like your hand go through the wall in this one spot. This is actually,
I touched the wall.
if you look at the images, I'm going to show it again really quick on this wall. So where this doorway is the center image with the creature looking over the pool with the moonlight coming down and the wolf coming out of the pool.
And if I touch the wall, I just feel a wall?
If you touch anybody else that touches the wall exactly where Rick did, your hand passes through it as well.
Nice. I was worried I had to cover myself in mummy juice.
And you're saying we can see the mummy guy through this wall?
Rick can, yes.
I can, yeah. So I'll also explain that. Yeah, it seems to be like a 9-foot tall mummy in there. So don't know.
Neat.
I don't know if you guys are looking to, take a mummy down immediately. Can I make the connection of the mummy juice? Since I'm the only one with it, and I'm the only one that seems to be.
Go ahead and roll an intelligence check really quick. A 13. You're kind of thinking like as you are talking, nobody else is recognizing what you're talking about. Like you're describing this doorway being here, and you're being able to put your hand through it. Everyone else is kind of like, what are you talking about? It's just a stone wall. So you start to kind of think like, nobody else got covered in that juice. Maybe the mummy juice is allowing me to see these doorways.
Alright, guys, give me 1 sec. I'm just gonna like run back and. Oh shoot, what do I got? I guess I'll just chug as much water as I can.
Okay.
Dump out the rest and just like shovel as much as I can into the water skin.
That'll work. So I'm going to go ahead and I have this built out. I'm going to throw mummy juice in your inventory.
Alright. And I'll baptize everybody with a little bit of mummy juice. I'll do Wemble first, just to be a dick.
All right. I'll say there is enough to cover about 3 people in the mummy juice.
I'll skip that.
Yeah, the clerk of Justicia will also skip that. Yeah, no, you're not touching me with
Yeah.
that unclean.
That might be uncool with Justicia.
Can I try something first? Can I just take a little bit of mummy juice and just kind of like do a circle around my eyes and then see if that's enough?
Yeah, so you put a little bit on your face, some like war paint kind of idea going on. And for you, it's almost as if like it's kind of like static, like little bits of it you can see through, but not like fully.
good enough. I'll take it. It's good enough I can tell something's there.
So does nobody want any of this? Mummy
I'll
juice?
take it.
All right.
You can mummy juice me up.
All right, so Sam gets mummy juiced up as well. All right, so we got Nived, Rick, and Sam all with some mummy juice on them.
Yeah.
All right.
And so I got enough for one more person, is that right? Because you said 3, and
Yep.
I already had it on me.
Yep.
If anyone else wants it, otherwise, I guess I got some mummy juice for later.
Make a smoothie with it later.
All right, what do you guys want to do?
I'm gonna try casting protection from evil before we go in.
Okay.
So are we gonna attack this mummy, or are we gonna move on and do something else?
If good question. We should decide that first. Is
Okay.
everybody in agreement to fight the mummy?
It must be cleansed.
Yeah.
Why
I don't-
why
I
is
don't
this a
like it
question
walking
for you?
That's kind of what I was thinking. This was the response.
My height, so
I don't really consider myself a decision maker.
I could go in first, hit it with some magic missile, and then the frontline fighters could rush in after that and engage it, stop me from being killed.
As you guys are standing out here kind of making this plan and spraying the mummy juice and things, you can hear the sounds of chanting in that is coming from this wall. The chanting seems like it's getting slightly louder.
Yeah, do we want it to finish what it's doing? Or
Yeah,
I
we
just
should
hit it?
we should go in and slay the unclean thing.
Last question: does it sound like a group of people chanting or someone chanting?
Sounds like one booming voice, kind of.
Yeah, let's go in.
yeah, so he's doing some kind of ritual or something.
All right, you guys are able to move forward. Those of you without mummy juice kind of like put your hand on the shoulder of someone ahead of you that has mummy juice, so you guys can like follow each other in.
So, as an elf, though, wouldn't I just be able to see this as a secret door?
You can't see through it, but you get a sense of where it's at. Being sealed with magic and not so much just like a mechanical secret door.
All right, who's the elf? I missed that.
Zabin.
Okay, nice.
All right, who's leading the way?
Are you guys okay with that magic missile plan?
Yeah.
'Cause
Yes.
I don't want to do that when you
I can
guys are
launch
already
that.
engaged with it.
Flaming hands as well.
I think magic missile automatically hits so much.
Mummy plus fire.
Okay. Do you want to go first with flaming hands, and then I could go with magic missile, and then the fighters come in?
Whichever, yeah.
I'm okay with that. So can we do that, Judge? Can we ready our spells and then walk in?
Absolutely. As you guys begin moving into the chamber, you can see that the mummy is clearly distracted. So I'm going to start moving you guys in and kind of position you a little bit here in a way that I kind of anticipate you guys would be positioned, with the casters being kind of towards the back middle area.
Yeah, we want to have space so the fighters can rush in.
Oh, can we see that body on the altar?
Yep. Here, I'll go ahead and read what you guys kind of see as you guys come in here. So,
Isabel, no!
you follow the sounds of chanting into an elaborately decorated funeral chamber, which reeks of hot blood and smoking tana leaves. A pool of water in the center of the chamber roils with magical energy. The waters present a window into an ancient time, a place where a frantic melee is underway in some otherworldly desert. Scorching heat and sand from the mysterious desert are inexplicably pulled through the portal, creating a violent sandstorm within the chamber. So as you enter the chamber, sand is like swirling around in this room. Beyond the pool lies the motionless body of a woman wearing an ornate shroud covered in cursed glyphs. Her wrists have been slit, and the blood drains into 2 clay flasks. A walking corpse 9 feet tall and partially wrapped in funeral bandages chants as it pours blood from the third canopic jar into a funerary contraption comprised of a funnel and a scale. The giant mummy turns towards you and barks out a command, which is lost in the noise of the swirling desert winds filling this chamber. The fiend finishes pouring the blood into the contraption and approaches you maliciously, leering with unnatural green orbs where its eyes once resided, and outstretched, desecrated hands. And as you guys come in here, the portal in the water becomes a little bit more clear, and you can see inside these 2 large figures, again standing like over 9 feet tall, battling with a giant wolf-like creature. Standing behind, or laying behind the wolf-like creature, is the body of what looks like a woman, and it's motionless.
So this is the same thing as the mosaic, right? That we saw.
Yep.
The same scene. So we're in this perspective of the people in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
All right. With that, you guys had a couple spells prepared as you charged into the room?
Yep.
All right. You can go ahead and let those off.
Flaming Hands was first.
Okay, it's down the dice chain, unfortunately. So I'm going to roll this one up manually, unfortunately.
Oof.
Nope, that spell did not happen.
Definitely lost.
Yeah. I think that's going to be not corruption with
Disapproval.
yeah. Whatever the magic version of disapproval was.
So that was
Corruption, isn't it?
Flaming Hands, right?
Like misfire and corruption, depending on which.
So if I head down to wizard spells here. Alright, wizard spells, Flaming Hands. Alright, so on a 1, lost, failure, and worse. Roll a d6 modified by your luck.
Not a good start for the spell casting.
A 2. A 2 is corruption. So go ahead and roll me a d4.
Would it be a 0 because it was a 1, and then wouldn't it be -1 for the what?
And you can, I think you can burn luck to avoid corruption, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so your roll would have been -1, not +1. So technically, that would drop it down to a 0. Let me see here. Yeah, so it goes down to 0, which seems backwards because 0 is worse than 1, 2. So I think you want to take the addition. So I got to remember how that works. Because a 0 is corruption plus patron taint plus misfire. A 1 to 2 is just corruption. So we'll do the just corruption here. So with that, you are bear touch causes paper to ignite 25% of the time.
I should go touch the mummy.
Yeah.
He's wrapped in paper.
Nice.
So tell you what, guys, we're going to take a quick bio break here before we get into this fight. So anybody who needs to take a bio break and stuff like that, we will go ahead and do that, and we will be back shortly.
All right.
right, and I am back.
I am back too.
Back.
Back.
So check in Neved, Sam, and Zavin. Oh, Sam back. I see your text there. Good.
I'm back.
Neved back. All right. How about Zavin?
Yeah, I'm here.
Cool. All right, we're all back. All right, so I think.
How do I change my name on there? Because it still has Archibald.
Oh, down there. I'll have to go into it and change it. I think I do it through the player management. So I just need to change your character down there again.
Okay.
So I'll take care of that by the next time. All right. So with that,
No worries.
Neved, I think you were trying to prepare something as well to set off when you came in here.
Yes, a magic missile.
All right. You are
Action.
good to fire.
How do I pre-program Spellburn? You said there's a way to do that, or like
Wizard
Right.
spells, whatever your spell burning, we'll just go ahead and we can, when it gives us the result, we'll just move up by that many. There's a little arrows you can click to move up or down.
okay. All right, so I'll just do magic missile then.
Okay.
You did
And
not do
what were you spell burning? How many?
I was gonna do. Hang on, back to my character. I was gonna do 6.
Okay, so that'll get you just up to 12.
All right. Let me check the results real quick.
Yeah, and you can open up your character sheet by double clicking on your character, and then on the left hand side of all your stats is where you can change those numbers down for whatever you spell burned.
Yeah, all right. I'll put 2 more. I'll put 2 luck into it to get it up to 14.
Okay.
Yeah. So do I roll the 1d4?
Yep. So that'll be 5 points of damage as your magic missile goes soaring through the air and smacks against the mummy as he's turning and lumbering forward towards you.
Not as much as I wanted, but that's the way the dice go.
All right. With that, we're going to go ahead and throw you all into initiative. Oh, of course, my mummy rolls super low.
What? That's weird. Why is my initiative 1d16 two-handed?
Because you're two-handed, yeah. Two-handed weapons have a decrease.
Might.
The longsword? No, you shouldn't be two-handed. You have a dagger, a
I
longsword.
thought you said-
Oh, because dagger's equipped.
I thought you said. Why don't we have
Try again.
D16 two-handed?
No, I see what you mean. I see why it's doing that. But even why does it keep saying I'm two-handed?
That's okay. Here, let's go. Let's see if we can go ahead and just I'll unequip the longsword for now and try rolling again. That's weird.
I don't know.
That's
Can I
right.
Roll a d20.
Yeah, just roll a d20 naturally and I'll put it in there for us.
Okay. Okay.
All right, 9. All right, so that's slightly better. Update combatant. Initiative's 9. All right, so with that, it will be Sam, Zavin, Tom, Rick, Neved, Balden, and my mummy, of course, going last. All right, with that, Sam, you are up. The mummy starting to lumber forward. You see the woman lying there with unconscious, the shroud over her head, blood draining from her wrists into these urns.
Want to run up and use my battle axe to attack the big mummy, and for my deed, I wanted to hit him in such a way that knocks him into that pool.
All right, go ahead.
Nice.
Let's see if that actually works.
so with a 14, I forgot to open this guy up so I can actually see his character sheet. That does hit as you go up. He's quite large and doesn't have a shield or any kind of armor or anything like that, so it does hit, doing 10 points of damage. And from that, you only see him take not as much damage as you would expect. Alright, then with that, you run up, you slice at him, hitting against him, and the wound seems to almost just partially heal back together somehow. Check my notes really quick here.
Is that meteoric iron battle axe? Is that magical though?
Is that the Starless Sea one? I'm
Yes.
very curious about that.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
the Starless Sea.
Nice.
So technically it is magic, but still he reduces the damage somehow. It just doesn't take full damage. Yeah, this isn't a thing where it's non-magical attacks. It just his mummy ability, his undead ability, he just has damage reduction.
Cool.
All right, let me make sure I'm not forgetting anything else here before we continue. Yep. All right, so with that, Sam, you go up and slice. Zavin, you're up. Zavin moves in with his long sword. And a couple of quick slashes, you end up hitting with an 18. And this time, he doesn't seem to take any damage from that hit. Again, your slice cuts through a couple of his cloth, but it seems to, again, heal back up. Tom.
I see an innocent victim of evil, Justicia, between smiting evil and saving the innocent. Justicia tells me to go to her and lay on hands and say, "Do not fear, Justicia is here."
All right, you run up to do a lay on hands on her.
Yep.
And as you go to do the lay on hands, the mummy turns and kind of like shoves you away from her. Apparently, he doesn't want you to come near her or interrupt what's going on. And you're unable to get your hands on her to provide her with any healing.
Okay. Frustrated. But Justicia shall prevail. Okay.
Rick.
Alright, yeah, just pop a shot up on him.
Oof. All fleeting lost his luck as you go to attack with your crossbow, but it misfires. Your weapon becomes entangled in your armor as you try to pull it out quickly and let off a shot. With that, Zavin and Sam are both within melee with that. Let me see. Looks like Sam's got an 8, Zavin's got 15. So go ahead and fire one more time to see if you hit Sam.
Great.
Luckily, I think Sam's got the higher AC, so.
Again!
Nice.
that!
Wow.
Your fire, as you get tangled, you let loose, and the shot goes directly into Sam's back as he is fighting with this mummy. Luckily, you only take 1 point of damage from the initial hit, but you disorient Sam with this strike, and you're going to suffer a -4 penalty to attack rolls for 1d4 rounds. So go ahead, Rick, and roll that d4 for 2 rounds.
How do I have that? It's ridiculous.
All right. It's because you were doing so well in the other room, and then this larger chamber. Like you prefer small chambers.
Yeah, I gotta get within 10 feet, I forgot.
Oh yeah, did you want to move at all or stay where you're at?
I gotta get my weapon untangled now and shit. So.
All right, so you kind of like back around, try to get yourself some cover while you try to untangle your weapon.
Yeah.
All right, Neved, you're up.
I'm gonna go here. Use my sword.
Okay.
guessing that doesn't hit.
Yeah, with an 8, you go to slice at him, and he dodges out of the way, staring at you with his greening glow orbs where his eyes would be glowing brightly. Baldin.
Right, that's good.
Yep, Baldwin's going to advance and attack with his Warhammer and do a shield bash. And for his mighty deed, he wants to try to like sweep the leg and make this thing get down on its knees, or to where maybe we have a little advantage on our attacks.
Okay.
So Warhammer, mighty deed, and then shield bash.
All right. With the Warhammer,
Mighty deed work.
you swing, and as you go to swing, he knocks away your attack with his staff he's wielding. And then you come back around with the shield, smacking against his leg, and you can see it kind of go down onto one knee a little bit. With a 16, it does 3 points of damage, but again, he doesn't seem to take any damage, but he does go down to one knee.
Okay.
All right. On his turn, though, he is going to stand back up. So he stands back up, and he will, at this point, he is going to grab at... let's see, I think the first person to attack him was Sam. So he is going to grab at Sam. And let me make sure I do this correctly. So he's going to attack against Sam. That is a 19. But you don't take any damage. He grabs you and is going to attempt to throw you into the pool. So I need a strength save from you, or strength check, just basically an opposed strength check here, as he tries to throw you into the pool. He rolls a 16. Oof. He grabs you and begins pushing you into the pool. You go stumbling back. Go ahead and give me one reflex save to see if you're able to jump out or maybe skip across and try to stop yourself from going through the pool.
Did we say we had a half one for this here?
Tell you what. Versus a 16, I don't think he even has that much. He's got... Oh, yeah, he's a NPC, so I don't even see his luck. Yeah, that's a 6. You go sailing into the pool.
No.
You are gone. You are in ancient Lys. You were thrown 8,000 years back in time. So sorry, Sam. That basically puts you out of this fight currently, but hold on. You've got more to do. All right. That is his one attack that he does. And with that, we're up to Sam. You know what? We'll role play it out. Sam, you are thrown back into ancient Lys. So as you land, poof, plopping down in the sand, you look over, and after a brief moment of disorientation, you inexplicably find yourself in an open desert atop scorching sand baking beneath an ovid green moon. A 9-foot-tall warrior approaches a jackal the size of a horse. The jackal stands over the inert body of a woman, snarling at the giants as he approaches. A second giant, this one a spellcaster, is startled at your sudden emergence from the sand. In his surprise, the spell he was casting is disrupted, and arcane energy fizzles uselessly between his hands. You find yourself 8,000 years in the past, in ancient Lys. The sun and moon had different shapes and hues, and mankind was the size of giants. The PC has been transported back to the precise moment where Sanjissip originally lost her life. All right, that's where you find yourself.
Save her. Save her.
She's already unconscious, so she's already dead at this point.
Oh.
So with that,
I'm gonna be blamed for it.
all right, Sam, you get to stay there. We move on to Zaman.
That one's muted.
All right, he moves in, taking advantage of the fact that Karis is distracted by the throwing Sam through the portal. Swipes in against his back, but this time again, your sword, as you strike him, doesn't seem to do any damage. His ability to do damage reduction seems to be still taking effect. I'm going to change this going forward, as I don't want it to be every single time. So once per round, he can reduce a set number of damage. So that was the one time for this round. All right. As you attack, your attack hits but doesn't cause any damage. Tom is able to move up.
I shall try to lay on hands again.
Okay.
This poor creature that is there, and if it makes any difference, I will try it. For fuck's sake.
Again, Karis sees what you were trying to do, and again, reaches over and kind of pushes you back with his staff. He swings at you, and in your ability to dodge and use your shield to block it, again, you're unable to reach her and lay your hands on her to heal her.
Right. Do I still get disapproval if it's like, yep, 7. So that's, I guess that was, okay, so I rolled a dice, I'm in the disapproval range, I am not worthy yet.
All right. This seems the nature of this tomb is almost blocking Justicia's ability to commune with you, or your ability to commune with her.
Yes.
All right, Rick.
She doesn't want you to heal that girl.
All right, can I just drop the crossbow outright? Fuck this thing.
Yeah.
Grab my rope. Try to chuck an end down into the water there.
Ooh.
Brace my feet against the lip.
All right. You move to the edge and throw your rope through the pool. The rope, as it goes through, does seem to go through. Sam, you see what looks like rope coming out of the sand. So, Rick, I'll allow you to basically hold your action there for Sam's turn next, as he can try to grab it and you can try to pull him through.
Okay.
All right.
That's a fair trade.
Neved, you're up.
Alright, take another swing. Trying to keep this mummy busy while the rescue's underway. Finally.
All right, with a 21, your longsword slashes through, causing 8 points of damage against the mummy.
Yeah. Take that, mummy.
All right, and the mummy again turns at you now, and again glaring at you, his eyes green, flaring up a bit brighter.
Do more damage with my sword than my magic missile.
Balden, you're up, seeing your one comrade thrown through the portal, another one trying to definitely try to rescue him with a rope.
Alden advances and is going to do a Warhammer Shield Bash, and he is going to say, "Oh, Lottie, what have we gotten ourselves into?"
As you go up to attack him, this time he's ready for you. He's able to dodge out of the way your attack and block away your shield, unable to land a strike. You look frustrated. All right, with that, the mummy, realizing what you're doing, is going to chase over towards Rick and attempt to strike Rick.
Is that an attack of opportunity?
I'll say for Zavin, Tom, and Neved, you guys can take an attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
Both of those hitting, doing 8 points of damage, doing another 3 points of damage.
And a complete whiff.
A complete whiff. All right. So it takes 2 strikes in the back. It doesn't seem phased by it, but it does take the damage, and he goes running over towards Rick, who he hits with a 21. He grabs you and begins picking you up to throw you into the pool. Go ahead and
We're
make
all
a
gonna be
strength.
Oh no.
Make a strength check.
Save the rope.
This time, natural 20.
Oh, nice.
God damn.
If you okay, so roll your strength check.
I thought that was Rick's. Oh, I thought that was
A
Rick's crit.
7.
I thought it was too.
All right, you go flying into the pool. Go ahead and make a reflex save.
Yes.
I'm going to say with an 18. He throws you into the pool. You drop the rope as you go to catch yourself at the edge and deftly dodge and land on the opposite side, but you lose the rope into the pool. As Sam, you go to grab the rope and the rest of it comes flying through loosely.
Yeah, like, what kind of rescue attempt was that?
All right, Sam, I apologize. We move past you, as there's nothing else you can do currently. Zavin, you're up.
All right. Move up, swing.
Good hit
Nice.
for another
Cool.
8 points of damage. He is going to take 3 points of damage from that, as he
Spreading
uses
the
up
flaming
his
hands,
damage reduction. All right. He goes slicing up, again, finding a little bit better spot. You stab through his stomach, finding a good purchase, and the sword goes all the way through him. You pull it back out, and his mummy garb, where the linens were kind of sliced open, heals back together a little bit. Tom, you're up.
You know something? He's a stubborn bastard. He is going to say, "Please, Justicia, I cannot bear to see this innocent die. For fuck's sake."
This time, as you go up to try to heal her, the mummy out of the way, you're able to get your hands to her, but by the time you get to her, you realize her pulse is gone and her life seems to be gone.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
no.
You had 2 rounds to save her from bleeding out.
Well, I tried, but the dice spoke.
Justicia spoke.
All right. With that, Rick, you are up.
Disapprovingly.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. So, landing on the other side of the pool, almost falling in, you're a little bit shaky as your nerves try to settle.
All right. Fuck. Yeah, I don't even know what to do. Shoot. Well, now I'm just mad at him. So I'm gonna run around behind him, or actually I'll just go right next to him. Oh no, behind him works. I didn't realize the thing. I want to kick that brazier over on his feet.
All right. So it's kind of a candle brazier on the side of this thing. You try to knock over the fire so it falls on him. Go ahead and just give me a strength check as you try to knock this stone pillar over.
Oh, it's a stone pillar.
Yeah, it's kind of a stone pillar. So if you remember from the landing page, it's a kind of a stone pillar with a bowl on the top of it, but it's only like maybe like 6 to 8 inches around at the base, and it looks like it is something that was put there physically. So it's not like it's one solid piece.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, it looks like something you could knock over. It's
I'll
a little...
spend
Yeah,
3 luck.
3 luck? Okay. With that, yeah, that's enough. So the 10, you kind of give it its first little push, and you feel it kind of shift and wobble a little bit, and then resettle yourself to push a little bit harder. And as you do, it goes tipping over, and the ashes and coals spill out around him. Go ahead and just roll me one more D4 for that. As a couple of the ashes hit against him, and he takes another point of damage as the coals burning spread around him. All right, Eved, you're up.
I'm gonna move over here, and can I take a flask of oil for my lantern, and can I smash it either like at his feet or on him directly?
Sure.
Whichever I can do.
Give me kind of like a ranged attack, so kind of like an agility check.
Ooh, not my best.
You guys cover me in oil now. Treat other people.
Yeah, is that? Do I feel like that is a risk that I'm gonna burn somebody else? In that case, I won't do it.
It's
I'd
a
rather-
possibility, as you don't have full control over how it smashes. Pouring it out would probably take too long, and he'd be able to react to that. So your immediate thought is to kind of throw it and have it smash and spill out. If you throw it on the ground, you don't have full control over where all that oil is going.
Yeah, I don't want to burn my friends, so I'll just attack it with my sword.
Okay. This time, caught between two thoughts, you prepare, you start to grab your oil flask, but then realize your other friends are really close to it and decide to pull out your sword. As you go to swing with your sword, he dodges out of the way, and you hit the pillar next to him.
Mhm.
Baldwin, you're up.
All right. My thing's in the way here. Baldwin's gonna move over here, I guess, trying to stay out of the coals, and he is going to Field Bash and Warhammer, with the mighty deed being to try to push the mummy into the portal.
All right. All right. Your first attack with the Warhammer, you swing and miss. Your second attack with the shield, again, you go to strike at him, but he's able to dodge out of the way. Having seen this move before, he's definitely moves his leg out of the way before you're able to strike it, and your shield smacks against the pillar next to it.
That's it for me.
All right. Karis is back up. He then turns his attention to Zavin and attempts to grab Zavin. A 16?
Yep.
I think is enough. All right. Then that's a strength check against his strength. This one's only a 9. Oh, yeah. This time he grabs you and tries to throw, but you're able to bring up your sword, slicing against his arm, and isn't able to hold on to you as he goes to throw you. You slip out and are able to dodge being thrown into the pool. Sam.
I'll just chill out here. And,
Oh, yeah, sorry. You're chilling in the sand watching this battle as the jackal and these two warriors are battling. Zavin.
All right, I'm gonna try to cut him again. Nice.
Nice.
Nice, all right. You trying to gain advantage from the fact that he just tried to throw you in. You slice against his wrist, he drops you, and then you immediately come back up with the sword through his chest. Finding purchase. Go ahead and make another attack as the foe stumbles a bit. For another 17, you come back, you pull out your sword again, and spin around and slice through him across his chest this time for another 8 points of damage. So that's
Is he like laying in the coals now?
6 points of damage he takes. You know what? We're going to go ahead and do that. Roll another d4 for the fire damage from these burning coals. All right. You slice at him, and he's in the ashes of these coals that are starting to cool a little bit, but he still takes a little bit of damage from them. All right, Tom, you're up.
Man.
And the creature is prone currently.
It's prone. I shall. Justicia is not hearing me. I shall move around and I shall hit him with Justicia's justice. I think that was I clicked twice, so it was the
first
18
one,
should be the
yeah,
first one.
you still
Yeah,
hit
so
with
7
an
points of damage.
18. You come in with your long sword, slashing across the prone target for 7 points of damage.
Is he looking hurt at all from all this damage?
He's starting to look fairly hurt from all this damage. All right, Rick, you're up.
Can I just fan the flames?
Yeah,
I
it looks
guess
like
I'll
the coals at this point are kind of going out.
yeah.
Are you a backstabby thief?
Not particularly, but I have to be able to sneak first, so I don't think it works like.
I'll say with all the stuff going on here, I'm going to go ahead and I could give you the backstab as it's distracted by everything that was going on with Zavin.
Okay.
Yeah, it just has to be unaware.
Yeah, you're kind of back behind this pillar, and you kind of definitely jump out and attack at him.
So I guess I'll have to reroll. Oh wait, actually once. Oh,
Nice.
shit.
Nice,
Nice.
another
Well, you-
It would have
crit.
been a crit anyway, I guess. But
All right, so you come in with your dagger. Again, it fully focused on what's going on with Zavin. The fact that it's prone on the ground, you're able to easily find a strong strike. It takes 2 points of damage from the dagger itself. And then with the clean strike, it does another 2d6 worth of damage. Another 9 points of damage to him.
Nice.
And it is looking quite hurt.
it's kind of funny. The crit just made itself a backstab.
Right? All right, Neved, you're up.
Yeah, so I'm seeing that dagger plunge in deep, and I'm going to try to follow it up with a sword stroke. Nope.
This time, with everything going on, the melee, everybody trying to pounce on it while it's down, you get bumped and your attack goes wide. Balden, you're up.
All right, he's going to attack with his Warhammer, which he calls Basher, and Shield Bash, and his Mighty Deeds to push the thing into the thing.
Oof. Nice. Mighty Deed doesn't go off. As it's prone, it's kind of hard to knock him into the pool from a prone position. But your Warhammer comes down with a mighty blow on his head as he is laying there prone. Go ahead and roll the additional 2d6 worth of damage as you strike down viciously.
Okay, hang on. 2d6.
For another 8 points of damage, you crush the mummy's head and it goes limp and seems to stop moving.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
Seems to. Notice he said seems to.
Throw it in.
It's undead. You never really know, right?
Cut it into
We can burn it. Let us burn the corpse.
Yeah,
Okay.
On his
set
turn,
off or something.
I'll just touch it with my bare hands. Apparently that starts things on fire.
on the mummy's turn, it does nothing. All right, Zavin.
With this thing dispatched, I am going to grab my rope and toss her in, but say I'm going to hand basically try to get more people holding the rope because I won't be able to haul these guys up. But I'm
So as the mummy dies, the swirling sand in the room stops and falls. You rush over to the edge of the pool just to see the image kind of ripple and fade.
I knew that was
And
wrong.
you are simply looking into a pool of water.
Oh, no.
Sad.
Unfortunately, Sam is currently lost to time.
wake the mummy up.
So we have one character that's in a demi-plane somewhere, and then he's in the past.
Yep. All right. For that, everybody go ahead and give yourselves 4 experience.
That's still a good experience.
Yeah.
Even though I'm down here.
Yeah, everybody gets the 4 experience. You technically survived the encounter, and you get experience for surviving the encounter.
Just do
I
it.
just, I kind of just pour some oil all over the mummy.
All right.
Just to get it-
Good idea.
So that you can take, yeah. You take some time, pour some oil over the mummy, and use one of maybe the other sconces or to get some fire out of it and put it on him and burn his body.
Can we loot it first?
Yeah.
I wouldn't burn it right away. I'd wait for you guys to agree that we should. But I put the oil on it just in case.
All right. So I would say basically from what he's wearing, he has some jeweled kind of things on him. Not much that looks like it's of too much value. He wasn't buried with a lot of stuff as he was kind of cursed, so he wasn't left with a lot of good things. He has basically like one kind of like gold amulet on him that would be worth maybe 15 gold pieces. And then his staff that he has is just it's like a mundane staff that it looks like he possibly used as his like spell casting focus of some sort.
Ooh.
But it's you can if you
Might
want
wanna take a
it,
look
you
at
can
that.
pick it up, and it's basically just like an Egyptian staff.
Can I examine it to see if it has any magical properties?
Go ahead and give me an intelligence check. 13. While it looks nice, it looks basically like what he's holding there. It looks nice. It's ancient Egyptian. It looks like it has like maybe a red stone in the top of it. Doesn't necessarily look like a ruby. Might be some other kind of like red stone of some sort. But it doesn't seem to have any magical properties.
I'm disappointed. I just hand it back to whoever wants it.
If it's nicer than my staff, I'll chuck my plain old staff out and take that one.
Okay, so
Yeah,
just
go for it.
modify your staff however you want it to say, like Egyptian staff or something that kind of.
Egyptian staff.
Yep, that'll work.
Staff of Karis, the Risen.
That'll work.
Nothing else on him besides the
Nothing else on him. No.
staff?
Can you remind me who the girl is? And I mean, we're doing
Isabel.
this for like her family or something, right?
Yeah, her sister sent
This
you
is-
to look for her.
Okay,
So we think this is Isabel?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to go over and inspect her body and see if there's anything that we might be able to. I mean, y'all want to just recover the whole body, or should we just like try to find like an identifying, like a ring or something that we could take back to the sister to say, hey, you know, we could
Yeah.
pull her whole body out of here.
All right, give me basically just an intelligence check as you kind of search over the body and look for anything that might be of
You
use.
could also bring her
Oh,
back
great.
from the dead.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
So the 20, yeah, you go over and look at it. It looks like she's fairly muscular. Like she must have been like a warrior or something in her own right. And her clothes even look like she's wearing something like over her dress, almost like a padded chest armor of some sort. But you do see a necklace and a ring on her that looks like some kind of family crest possibly on the ring.
Y'all want to? Should we take the jewelry back to the sister, or
Yeah, I
should
think
we
so.
try to recover her whole body?
No, I think we
This
should
is-
take it anyway, because it might even be useful. What does the necklace look like? Is it a crescent moon motif?
No, the necklace itself looks like it looks like, you know, she was obviously, you were told, she likes ancient civilizations, ancient weapons, and things like that. So it looks like it's kind of like a carved out of almost like stone, and it looks like some kind of ancient hieroglyphic in the necklace. It's probably worth maybe 5 silver. The ring itself is also not super elegant. It possibly being worth like 1 gold maybe.
Yeah, let's take it.
Yeah, if nobody. Sorry, I was just gonna say if nobody took the Karis's amulet that's worth 15 gold, I'll take that too.
You spoke up first. You can have it.
So the altar, it's got like little bowls on it, or there's like collecting her blood or something.
They are now full of her blood.
I'm trying to think of how we can.
And next to that is also a strange contraption. Looks like it's made of an arcane magical artifact. On one pan of the scale is a canopic jar filled with the desecrated heart, or with a desecrated heart, and on the other end is the jar full of her blood.
So it looks like he was trying to resurrect somebody into her body.
If we switch them around, maybe it'll.
Everybody go ahead and give me an intelligence check really quick.
Yeah. Is there a place where we add fleeting luck to our character sheet?
There's a, if you're looking at on the left-hand side of the screen, I'm assuming you're still under token controls. There's the image of like scales. That's where the fleeting luck is.
Okay, nice.
All right. So with that, Nivid, you being kind of a more of a scholarly person, you are starting to put two and two together of what the mummy wrote, what was on his sarcophagus, of the images on the walls and things like that, and what was going on in here. The images inside the portal of what was happening there. It looks like what he was doing is trying to seek revenge against Andoheb for cursing him. He basically brought this woman in here and was performing a ritual that would take I don't remember how I say it too. Son Jessup's life, as soon as she died, her soul, as it left her body, would be sucked into the body of this person, and using the shroud of unlife on her, that life would be cursed and trapped inside this body for all of time.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing too. On the woman, you see this ornate shroud covering her head.
So does that mean?
Alright, so I would relay all of that.
So then, do you know how to open the portal again?
Yeah, would I be able to figure out what he was doing to open the portal?
I would say even with that, you wouldn't particularly be sure, as it obviously is some kind of ancient ritual, and you don't see any instructions or anything depicting how the portal was opened.
Yeah.
We don't really know
It's
his
old
chant.
magic.
At this point, Wemble comes in as he hears the commotion kind of stopping in here, sees Isabel laying there unconscious, and runs over to her and is in a panic, talking to her, trying to get her to wake back up.
I thought she's dead.
She is.
He doesn't.
He's in his panic, though. He's like, come back, just freaking out, wanting her to come back, but her lifeless body just does not move.
Wemple, my friend, and I hold out the flint and steel, and I look at the oil-soaked corpse of the mummy, and I say, "Would you like to strike the spark?"
Wait.
No, we don't want to do that yet.
Maybe I don't want to bring him back to life.
Mm-hmm. Should we leave him for now?
What if
Burn
we
him later?
cut his arms and legs, and then I try pouring the mummy juice over him? Maybe we can force him, if it somehow revives him. I really don't know, but to reopen, or at least explain how to open the thing. And if nothing else, if he won't tell us, then we can put that shroud on him and he can be trapped in his mummy body forever. That'll be our threat.
Yeah, we can try it.
I mean, I don't know. I realized I still have some mummy juice.
I will remind you that Zavin basically smashed and obliterated its head.
Wow.
Or sorry, not Zavin, Baldin.
Glue it all back together. Shit. Yeah.
I mean, we don't have to burn him right now. We can do it like just before we leave, because there are other places to explore. We still haven't gone down 2 other corridors, so there might be other options.
If he got up once, he could get up again. Let's just burn him.
Yeah.
Like, leave the room, I mean. Not risking that coming back.
Sorry, Sam. I don't know how to save you.
It's all right. I'll just start attacking this jackal with the giants. I mean, might as well join in this fight.
Maybe if you just go on a quest for immortality and then lock yourself somewhere in this temple, we'll find you while we're going through.
Yes.
I will let you know, for those who were lost to time, if the PCs find themselves in ancient lists, there is no immediately obvious way to travel back to the original time. If the PCs manage to prevent the Demon Jackal of Lys from slaying Princess Sanjusip, they are revered as heroes and offered unimaginable wealth and position of power in Anoheb's ancient kingdom. Homesick PCs in ancient lists may eventually seek out the sorceress Yimei, who knows of an island where a tower out of time stands and is rumored to have the ability to visit the future for those clever enough to overcome its dangers.
That's a familiar name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Yeah.
Mad Widow, you know.
So there's an option there to bring Sam back. So maybe we can role play that and roll up some other characters, and then Sam and play the Tower Out of Time. We'll see what we have to do in the future.
Well, I have a 2nd level wizard if I need another character at some point.
All right. So what else are we doing in this chamber?
Yeah, I guess you guys can go ahead and burn him. I'm just gonna be sad.
I'm gonna ask the.
We don't have to do it like right now. You know,
Do you see any more passes?
Who took the girl's jewelry? Just so we have it. Somebody have it marked on our character sheet.
That was Needs, wasn't it? No, who was it?
Wasn't Needs. Needs is repenting for he has been found repeatedly unworthy by his god.
I mean, I guess Baldwin's the one that searched her. Do you want me just to put it on mine?
That's just fine.
Yeah, go for it.
So just a rune necklace worth 5 silver pieces, and family ring worth 1 gold piece.
Should we just
I'm
throw
wondering.
the crowd over the mummy instead, just to be assholes? Maybe trap him in his body? I don't know.
Take the shroud off of the woman and put it over him.
Yeah.
I
Trap
mean,
him
we
in
could
there.
toss him back in the sarcophagus too, with the mummy's juice. Toss him back in there.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't given up yet on either Sam or Isabel, because we can explore the rest of this pyramid and see what other options there are. There could be a way to bring her back, or a way to bring him back. No, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I don't know. I just want to be a dick to the mummy.
I hate the mummy too. I want to.
I would say you seem adamant about it and think that at a minimum put the shroud on him for now, just in case. So you take the shroud off of Isabel, and as you take the shroud off of Isabel, you almost see her chest like lift for a second and then go back down. And those of you wearing the mummy juice see the faint apparition of a woman in ancient, like Egyptian garb float up, dissipate, and disappear.
Needs, maybe you got a second chance. Do it.
I think that was the
Right.
other girl he was trying to put in there.
I was son just a
She still took a breath.
princess.
I'm not smart. I'm not magical.
I'll take a look and kind of examine and see is there any life within her?
Her body
Or
is
try to
cold
look.
to the touch.
I'll shake my head and say, no, it will take more powerful magic than I have, and someone who is not in Justitia's disfavor I knew that I looked at a barmaid and I had impure thoughts about her, and obviously Justicia is punishing me. I shall punish myself later.
Quote unquote punish.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Let's burn this guy and get out of here.
All right. So you set the torch to him. Do you leave the shroud on him, or do you take the shroud off when you burn him?
I don't want to burn the shroud. I'm sure some creepy necromancer would pay me good money for it. So I guess I'll hold on to the shroud.
All right. Sorry, who was that holding on to the shroud?
Rick.
Rick? Okay, so Rick, I have the shroud. I will go ahead and put it in your inventory.
Can you give me the info on that jewelry again, one more time?
Yeah, so it's a ancient rune necklace worth 5 silver pieces.
And then what was the ring? Family ring?
Yeah, just a family ring worth 1 gold piece.
Okay, I'll add it. Thank you.
All right. Ia Bobby's Shroud of Unlife. You don't know this right now, but I'll tell you how I kind of built it out, because there weren't actually stats for it. I kind of left it up to the judge. So I put, placing this shroud on the head of a humanoid will cause it to immediately fall into an endless sleep and begin to wither and emaciate. DC 22 will save. After 2d6 months, the person will become fully mummified, and removing the shroud will cause them to rise as a mummy who will seek revenge on those who placed the shroud on them. If a person saves against the effects and cannot remove the shroud, they must repeat the save each night at dusk. If the shroud is removed prior to the humanoid being fully mummified, healing magic will be required to save the person. The level of magic required is dependent on the level of mummification reached.
All right.
So it's not something you want to just put on and wear around.
But maybe.
All right. So with that, everybody moves out back into the central chamber here. Sam, I'm going to bring you along as well, just so you can see everything that's happening.
Cool.
All right. So you find yourselves in the central entrance chamber again. So you have the 2 hallways down to the left and right, which slope down to somewhere else. And then you have the hallway to the right, which led to the big baboon mouth.
So there's 3 ways we haven't gone yet. Any preferences?
Walden wants to show the halfling friend the ancient necklace and just see if he can, the rune necklace, and see if he can make anything from that.
Yeah, it looks as he looks over it, he recognizes it. He knew Isabel, and he's like, yes, she found. Basically, she discovered an ancient tomb years ago, and basically the rune for who was buried there. This is the rune, that person's name. She doesn't remember the name. The name didn't really translate, but it was her first real discovery of her own. So she had this rune crafted that she wore around her neck at all times. It's kind of like her good luck charm.
Okay, cool. All right. Walden maybe puts that on?
All right. As you put it on, go ahead and add 1 luck. So you can adjust the necklace so it says +1 luck.
Okay. And that's permanent luck.
Permanent luck as long as you're wearing it. Yep.
Y'all want to check out that baboon mouth?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So everybody moves into the room with the baboon mouth.
Need shall walk through the baboon mouth first, because he needs to be found worthy of Justicia.
All right, so there's bravery. You kind of have to get down and hunch down, almost like onto your hands and knees. It's a little bit uncomfortable moving through here, but you begin moving through the hallway. So after crawling for a short distance, the tunnel eventually comes to a corner, and you turn to find it leads a little bit further to a dead end. The wall, ceiling, and floor of the tunnel at this end are constructed from a coarse, pale green stone. An ovid gem as big as your fist is set into the northern wall, or this wall over here, that radiates with an eerie green moonlight.
You gonna grab it?
Go ahead and roll me quickly a... no, never mind, you're good. Alright, so you try to pull out the gem. And this is, Tom, up to you, because you're the one in there.
Yeah, eerie green gem.
Yep, it's an eerie green gem. It kind of glows with this green moonlight, and all of the walls and ceiling and floor all in this area are made of a coarse green pale stone.
And it looks like moonlight.
Yep, well,
Glows like
Yeah.
moonlight.
I'm going to say,
Was there
while
something
he is
someone
here, is anybody else following him in?
Let's see. What was the inscription on the statue ahead about someone should not block the moonlight?
So
Yeah,
it
you might lose
says, "May the moonbeams of Iababi always illuminate the face of Andoheb. Those who obstruct the moon's glow will be judged and cursed. Their eyes shall feed the maggots, moon sand will fill their lungs, and the scorpion shall know their bed."
And is there any image of Amenheb here?
You don't see anything. No, it's just coarse green stone and this gem set into this wall.
I will grab the gem.
All right.
So who's grabbing the gem?
Needs.
So, Rick, as you turn the corner, you see Tom reaching for the gem. This far wall looks like another doorway that you can partially see through. Do you attempt to stop him from grabbing the gem, or?
Hey man, that looks like another mummy door thing.
Oh, okay.
Let me do it.
I shall stop then.
Here, I guess.
I will.
Can I squeeze past you?
Yeah, I'll let you squeeze past and you may go.
All right. I guess I will just see if my hand passes through the wall.
Your hand passes through the wall.
All right.
Let's
Wish me
go.
luck, everybody. I mean, is anybody else coming?
I'll come with you.
All right. Neved follows behind. All right.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna step through,
Please?
unless there's something obviously dangerous on the other side that I can see.
The other side
is it
looks
good?
like a large burial chamber. It's dark, but you can't really make out much else.
Walden's gonna call down the monkey mouth. Hey, is it safe?
So far,
Seems like it.
there's
Okay. In which case, he will advance up into the hall.
Okay.
If Wemple's scared, I'm going to do it,
here.
and I'll go behind him.
Yeah, Wemble's staying behind.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a deep breath and
Actually, at this point, Wemble, knowing the mummy's dead, is actually going to follow behind you guys as well. He's going to join you guys.
I'll turn to Wimble and say, "Don't worry, little brother. I've got you covered."
All right. So with that, Rick, you walk through?
yeah.
All right. Rick is able to walk through and finds himself in a burial chamber. It's
Needs is in
like
front of me,
pitch
so I wait to see
black
if
in
he
here.
goes next.
Needs tries to go through and is unable to pass through the stone doorway. It's solid stone to him.
Then I'll try to go through.
All right. It's kind of difficult, so it takes you a little while. Like, literally, there's only enough room for, like, one person can't really squeeze past each other, so Tom has to come out. And you guys take turns kind of going through. Those of you with the mummy juice on you are able to pass through the wall. The others cannot.
That's me.
Are we out of mummy juice?
There might still
Um,
be some on the floor.
Rick-
One dose left.
Me and Sam. Sam's the other person that had the mummy juice.
Just go roll around in the coffin.
Sam being gone, I'll let you see it anyways. I mean, it's dark. You guys can't see anything right now. Because I think the three of you are all human, so...
Can I light a lantern?
If you have a lantern on you, you definitely can.
Or not say, I'm sorry.
I think Neved, it looks like you have a lantern or a
I have
torch
a
of some
torch,
sort.
but I didn't-
There you go. All right. Anybody else rubbing the mummy juice? You got enough for one more person.
Yeah, I'll
Just-
shot back through the wall to them, I guess.
Who's left? I don't have mummy juice. Who else does not have mummy juice?
Wemble's going to speak up and
needs-
say, "Hey, I should probably go through as if there's any hieroglyphics to read. I think I'm probably the only one that can read them."
It's only me and Rick that have the mummy juice right now.
And
The
you-
Sam's in the past.
Oh, okay. I was thinking Zavin had it on him for some reason.
I like Wimble's idea.
Okay. So Wemble takes some of the mummy juice and rubs it on himself, and then he sees the door start to become that, again, translucent stone, and he's able to walk through.
Okay. Baldwin's gonna just kind of watch our rear, back down the. Just look back down the passage and make sure nothing's coming up behind.
Okay.
Is there any mummy juice still in the sarcophagus, or is that all of it?
You basically got, there's not enough to rub on anybody else. Like, you guys got what was there that you could use.
So we've split the party.
Yep.
I think it's just one room though, or something. I don't know. You guys tell me.
Yeah.
So
Open sarcophagus.
I took and changed up kind of the rules and things here a little bit. It was supposed to be like, planar travel was the only way to make it to this tomb. But I wanted to give you guys the opportunity to get the treasure because there's like not much other treasure in this. So the passage to the royal chamber was permanently sealed off after Andoheb was prepared for the afterlife. The burial chamber, Andoheb and Isserup's remains, the moon spear, and all other mysteries of the royal couple requires nothing short of planar step to locate and is left for the judge to fill in as suits their campaign. So I put down here, alternatively, players covered in mummy juice can walk through the moonstone door.
Okay. So
All
this is the resting place / treasure room.
Yep. So you see two sarcophaguses here. It looks like as you go up, Wemble goes and reads them, and the one here is definitely Andoheb, and it looks like his his daughter is the one buried on the opposite side, the one that was killed by the jackal that you just saw.
Knowing that my character is not in the room, can I put my character over there just so I can see?
Yeah. Here, I'll
What's
move
over
you
there?
all over there, and yeah, you just won't be able to do anything in the room itself.
Right.
So I'll go ahead and move
I
Tom.
just want to be able to watch.
Yep.
Is there good light coming through here?
Watch us get massacred.
I
in
think
this.
that should be everybody. Okay.
And there's no moonlight, right? Because
This is like, there is no way for light to get into this chamber. It is all solid. The walls are solid, and the only light is the lantern and that Nivet had lit up.
Are we worried about suffocating in here, or is it fine? Like, do we think we should hurry up and get back out?
You can't really tell. You don't think there's any dangers, but you're not
just show our
sure.
heads back through, take a breath,
Yeah, I'm gonna look at Rick and be like, I think we shouldn't linger here. We should do what we're gonna do, then jump back.
So I feel like if this is the tomb of the guy who, if we fuck with his moonlight, then we get cursed, right? Yeah. The guy down here.
That's the thought from what it said.
Yeah. So I'm gonna make personally the connection that the moonlight would be fucking with that moonstone. Because that's the closest thing to moonlight I can think of. So I'm just gonna yell back, "Don't fuck with the moonstone."
As you yell back,
that's
you're not sure if they could hear or not. Those of you on the outside of the passage, you hear nothing.
What is this? A throne?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big solid like stone throne.
Is this a giant pile of treasure?
Yep, there's a lot of gold and stuff piled up in the back. You see some, trinkets, some jewels, some necklaces, some like small little like crown-looking things, some chalices, some figurines. There's a whole bunch of stuff back here.
Any magical items?
Looking through this all seems like just mundane treasure.
Wemble, is there any reference to being cursed or killed or anything for stealing treasure?
He looks
Yeah.
back through like everything that he had kind of like written down, some notes and things like that, and he's like, I don't see anything that specifically says that you can't. Yeah, all that I see about the curse is blocking the moonlight, whatever that means.
This is Andoheb's tomb.
Yep.
And this is his queen,
It's his daughter, Sinjessup.
his daughter. Okay. We don't want to open these, do we, Rick?
Hell no.
Okay.
If there's a pile of
Um,
treasure right there, I ain't fighting zombies for other treasure.
So let's fill up our sacks and pockets and then run back.
All
See
right.
if that works.
I would say, unless you plan on dumping out something else, you're able to get roughly 250 gold pieces each that you can carry within what you currently have, your current bags and things like that.
I will dump my backpack out.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep like my thieves' tools, my owl talon, I guess my magical-ish shit. You know, my eggcorn, my
Yeah.
shroud. But yeah, I'll ditch I brought one torch with me, my iron spikes, my hammer, my crowbar. Yeah, I'll just have
Okay.
my whole backpack fully free.
All right. I'll say getting rid of that. That'll take it up to maybe 600 gold that you can carry in your bag.
And I'll just like drag it to the door.
Yeah, I would probably focus on gems, since they're worth more than gold.
Yeah, so you can say it was gems. That's fine too. I'll say with that idea, maybe round it up to about 700 worth of everything that you get. And you can sell the gems, or if you can want to, you can put gems in your inventory in case you might need them for something else.
And that's between the two of us, right? Where both of us together
Each.
are carrying that much.
That's each.
The backpack can carry up to, if you take gems as well, roughly 700 gold pieces worth of treasure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Gems, my friend, gems.
But you basically got to empty out the
Engineering
backpack of as
101.
much as you possibly can.
Yeah, I'll just shove like my key and my acorn and stuff and whatever.
A
just
pouch in
shove
your
them down
jacket.
my pants, you know,
Mhm.
stuff them in my jockey.
In your boot.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and I guess so. We'll split up the gems and the gold and all that, and each get about 700 worth. You said.
Those with backpacks. If you don't have a backpack, it's about 250. 200, 250 if you take some gems.
Hey man, if you just take your robe off, or you do have a backpack.
I do have a backpack, yeah.
Okay. Well, if we take your robe off, we could probably fill that too.
Hey, man. I don't know how much underneath this robe.
It just comes out naked with a sack like hunched over like a hobo.
Yeah, exactly.
Use some naked
how many
naked
pants you
scrawny guy with a wizard's hat on.
Pants
Looking
you
around.
can buy, you can rebuy your pride and everything. Come on. But, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with a backpack full of money and whatever. So, Wimple, do you think there's anything we need to do in here? I don't really want to touch anything.
I'm gonna
So
open
he
those.
kind of, again, is flipping through and he's like, I haven't seen the moon spear. The moon spear is supposed to be here in this tomb.
Moon spear. Oh,
So it's inside the casket.
probably the giant.
Wimple, I see what you're doing here. You're trying to coerce us into opening these caskets. That goes against all the survival instincts that a thief and a wizard have.
And he goes over and he's like, no, that's not it. And he begins actually trying to like dig through what like remaining treasure is here to see if maybe it was just buried under the gold and stuff like that. And he seems nervous. He's like, he obviously doesn't look like he wants to open the casket as well.
Can I search for secret compartments or secret passages or anything like that?
Go ahead and give me a luck check.
Okay. Nope.
No, yeah, you're not able to make out. I mean, all the walls, the floors, everything looks like it's just solid, like stone blocks. And any edge that you go to seems like it's a mundane edge. You don't see anywhere where there's any kind of pressure or plates or hinges or anything else that would lead to some kind of hidden compartment.
Is this a rug? Can this be removed?
Yeah,
Like
you
rolled
move
up?
the rug. It's all tattered and old. Like you could tell, it's quite worn. As you lift it out of the way, below it is just more stone brick.
Can I follow his lead and attempt
Search?
to look as well?
Yeah.
Or- yeah. Okay. Just barely.
Nice.
But same, you see nothing else either. You're searching around. You see nothing. Again, it's all solid stone. It looks like this was literally made to just house these bodies and a bunch of treasures that they could take with them to the afterlife. But nothing was hidden outside of being in here. You kind of put two and two together that the entrance to here being through magical means was the hidden compartment.
I really don't want to open these caskets.
So I do have an idea if we want to,
Mhm.
right? So I'll be ready with the shroud, and I'll just like wrap it over their face as soon as we open the thing to trap their
So
soul.
I open it, and then you throw the shroud on.
Yeah.
Can you check it for traps first, at least?
Yeah. How about we? I mean, hopefully they won't abandon us, but how about we toss our bags, or get our bags through to the other side and come back in after this?
Sam,
Very
You wanna give our
Wemble
backpacks
offers.
full of gems.
Wemble offers to carry them back through into the tunnel for you.
Oh yeah, I bet you do, Wemble.
Yeah, I don't know you too well, Wemble. So
Like,
Yeah,
well,
I think
the
we should
rest
stick
of your
around
party is
this
out there.
far.
I'm one person versus the rest of your party. I ain't going too far.
Yeah, we just.
Aside of Baldwin, who else is in the hallway?
I think Zavin was out in front of the giant stone
I'm
gorilla,
just standing
whatever.
watching.
stand and watch.
Why
Then
don't we?
Tom and Baldwin were in the hallway.
Why don't we go out and confer with the others and figure out what the next step would be? Do we want to do that, or do we think this is a one-way
Yep.
trip?
that was going to be my only worry.
Like this is a one-time thing,
So
just in case. Open the caskets. Just get it over with.
Right, Wemple, here's my bag.
Wemple, stay here. You're gonna help me lift this casket.
No.
Remember, Wemble has one arm in a sling, so you don't think he's going to be too much help lifting a large stone sarcophagus lid.
Well, you can't carry a backpack full of gems then either.
You could drag it, I guess, with one arm.
Do I feel like I could lift it by myself, or is it gonna, or the two of us can lift it?
It would probably take the two of you at least.
I mean, my crowbar's on the ground too, so you can use that.
Yeah.
But
I have a chain if that kind of helps to wrap it around the thing.
we
Hmm.
can't talk to you though.
Should
Currently,
we just try it?
I thought you went back through.
not yet.
They're considering, they're debating there.
Yeah.
We're hesitating.
It's a one-way trip.
At this moment, it seems like Wemble's going to be bringing the bags of treasure back through.
He doesn't have my bag.
Okay, he has one bag of treasure to drag back through.
Wemble, we need you to take the treasure through, and then immediately come back.
I
The
think
only
the thief
reason
is
you
trusting
can't-
everybody.
If you can't, well, here's my thing, right? If we die in here, I don't want this gold to go to waste. It's just wasting away here in this tube. There's no reason for it. Here, somebody can go have fun with it.
True.
So, Wemble, you go through, set our stuff down, and try to come back through. We'll give you 3 minutes, and if in that time you're not back, then we're gonna assume it's a one-way trip. All right?
And what you could also do, Wemble, is dump out the bags and bring the empty bags back in with you, and then we can fill it up with more stuff.
Or get some more bags from the rest of the crew. One
Yeah.
way.
All right, I'll see if I can get some more bags. So, is he taking both bags of treasure or just one right now?
He's taking mine. Rick.
I don't trust this guy. Fine, I'll give him my backpack.
Okay, so he puts the one backpack like over his shoulder, and then the other one he grabs and tries to drag and carry it through. You can tell he winces a bit of pain when he puts the backpack like over his shoulder and stuff like that. And he starts dragging it through. He disappears through the portal.
I was gonna say right before he gets through the wall, I'm just gonna be like, "Oh, and Wemble, just remember, fuck us over." And I hold up the shroud.
I wouldn't
Nice.
dare. I wouldn't dare.
So Tom and Baldwin see Wemble come back through with 2 bags of stuff that look quite heavy. He walks through, and I forgot to mention too, like as you guys pass the gem floats there, and you kind of have to like go around the gem. As you pass through the wall, the gem is still there. It's physical. You don't pass through the gem. So he comes back through the portal into the hallway with 2 bags loaded with treasure. He drops off the 2 bags.
Hey, do you guys have any additional bags that we could use? These are about full.
And there's more treasure to be
I'll-
had.
I'll give him my backpack.
Yeah, same here.
All right. He takes 2 backpacks.
Empty it out.
All right. He takes 2 backpacks, turns to go back through, goes up to the wall, and stops.
Yeah, here we go.
Seems that he cannot get back in.
Okay. We'll put our backpacks back on. We'll say, here, let's help you with that heavy load. The orphanage of Justicia needs donations.
A share of the donations. Or of the-
And so at that point, he puts the 2 bags down and opens up a book and starts like jotting things down. All right. So with that, Rick and Neved, you're still inside the tomb.
All right, we're gonna open this casket while we're waiting for him to come back.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand where you're at, right by the head.
Okay, I'll stand over here.
Yeah, dagger in one hand, shroud in the other.
Okay.
So
All right.
shroud doesn't work, I can start stabbing.
So give me a
Yep.
strength check from both of you. If you are using the crowbar, you can add 2 to that.
Mine's a 12.
Okay.
Sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing.
Well, the 6. So I'll say that you guys
Come on, man, are you even trying?
try real hard and you get it to kind of like shift and move a little bit. This is basically going to be like you're going to pass it because you guys can try and try and try and try. But basically with that, it does take you several minutes to finally pry this enough where you can get the crowbar in enough to where you can kind of get that leverage and push it off. You push off the sarcophagus, and as it starts to get space, you see the mummified remains of a body inside, dressed in like ornate garb and things like that. And as you push it a little bit further, you hear shuffling inside of the sarcophagus, as now it's about maybe a quarter of the way open.
We back up.
Yeah, hold up.
Yeah, wait a second. Let's,
Who's in there?
All right, as you back up, you hear as 2 baboon creatures come climbing out of the sarcophagus. 2 undead baboons come climbing out, and they are going to jump and leap, leaping at each of you and attacking.
I don't know if there's anything scarier than an undead baboon.
All right, so they are going to leap onto both of you and attempt to bite you guys. So this first one versus Rick.
So the pharaoh was 2 monkeys in a trench coat.
That's 11. So an 11 versus Rick is going to miss, and then versus Neved, that is a 17. I think that hits.
Yeah.
So you're going to take
Yeah.
3 points of damage,
Okay.
and I need a fort save from you.
Okay. It's not boding well so far.
A 12. That is just enough. You needed a 12. As he bites down on your shoulder, you feel your entire arm begin to just kind of like weaken. You feel it almost like it's withering away, but you're able to fight off the effects and don't suffer any damage from it.
Okay.
All right. So with this, we'll just kind of go around in order. So I believe it's Navid, Rick, and then the little monkey creatures here. So Navid, you're up.
Magic these motherfuckers.
Yeah. Yes. So I'm just trying to think which one I'm gonna do. Definitely gonna cast a spell. Okay, I think I have to go defense first because I don't have a lot of hit points left. So I'm gonna go magic shield
Okay.
first. I'm gonna try to cast magic shield.
All right.
And I'm really, really reluctant to do this, and I'll tell you why in a second if it works.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Nice.
wow.
You conjure a shield that protects you. The shield lasts for 1d4 plus 1 round, so go ahead and roll that.
Sorry, 1d4?
Yep,
Yeah.
1d4 plus 1. So that'll be for
Is this-
5 rounds. Nice.
Is
Nice.
this just turns? I don't know if there's a difference between rounds and turns. Just because I know that there is.
It says turns, so I believe turns is 10 minutes each, right?
That's what I mean.
So that's basically you have an hour of this shield. Provides a
Nice.
plus 4
Plus
bonus
4
to your
AC.
AC, and it blocks magic missile automatically. And it blocks most attacks from mundane projectiles, reducing damage from any arrow, sling, stone, bolt, dart, or other weapon by 10 points per attack for the duration of the spell.
Nice. And just to let you guys know, like, Nived just immediately starts weeping with just heartbreaking regret. Only Rick sees this, and that is because of the mercurial effect of this spell. I have Spell Killer. Casting the spell steals energy from a dying world, and any use of the spell causes the death of untold thousands of people. Every night following a casting of the spell, the wizard is haunted by dreamlike communications from the people. So that's horrible. I just killed a world and thousands of people to give myself plus 4 AC.
Worth it.
Nice.
Yeah, better than get eaten by a baboon.
All right, so you are now protected with that magical shield. So with that, Rick, you're up.
God, I don't want to fight a baboon, but I feel like I have to fight a baboon. Can I? He's already undead. I don't know how much the shroud's gonna do.
Kill him. Stab it. Stab
Yeah,
it dead.
I gotta stab him in the face.
All right.
Let's see how tough they are. That'll determine what I do next.
Yeah, right. I've got my thing set for the sneak attack. So 1 sec.
So they have a 22 AC because they're agile little fuckers. No, I'm kidding.
Well, never mind. I'm running.
And 8. They are agile enough to dodge out of the way of your dagger as you try to stab at the creature.
I'm gonna use my fleeting luck, I guess. No, that doesn't seem worth it on an 8. These guys are probably. I need at least the 4 on the die, so. Yeah. Alright. And then after that, I'm gonna try to run. I know I might get attacked by
Really?
Yeah. I'm gonna try to at least get to the door.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe they can't follow us out, right?
I don't know. I hope not.
That's a good call, actually.
But
All right, so you attempt to leave. It leaps
No,
at
not
you.
leaving.
Or sorry,
Not
sorry.
leaving.
Leave his area. That is an 18 as you try to flee away from it. It leaps at you and bites you again in the leg for 2 points of damage. Go ahead and give me a fort save. Oh yeah, plenty. This time is the bite. You feel the sting of the bite, and your leg tenses up a little bit, but immediately the tensing goes away. You still feel the pain from the bite, but suffer no additional effects. All right, and I could say, yeah, you basically can get all the way to the door. In this case, I'm going to move these guys up out of the way here while you guys watch this fight going on. All right. With that, the creatures are up. The baboon facing Nivette is going to attempt to bite him again. That is definitely going to miss as he tries to bite at you and feels a shield in front of him, almost like he can't even get to you. The other baboon goes chasing after Rick, just leaping across and coming at you. Leaping onto your back again for 18 for another point of damage. And I need
deadly.
another fort save.
Get ready, guys. We're bringing some baboons your way.
This time, go ahead and roll me a d4. I'm going to go left arm, left leg, right leg. So left arm takes the bite. As you suffer that bite, your limb immediately becomes desiccated like a mummy's. The withered limb suffers a -1d to attack or spell checks with one withered limb. So you have -1d on your attacks.
Oh my god, fucking kill these things!
We're running.
That'll last for 30 minutes.
Oh, okay.
All right. With that, we are back up to Nivette.
Yeah, I'm gonna run through the portal.
Okay, so you run back through the portal. All right, Rick.
At this point, yeah, fuck it. I guess I'm out.
All right. So for space reasons, I'm going to put us back in the chamber with the gorilla face. Oh, and I moved two of you at the same time like an idiot. So let me refresh.
How does that, like, fuck up your thing or something?
Yeah, anytime I move more than one person for some reason, it freezes. So
Weird.
apparently it doesn't like me moving more than one token at a time. Okay, so here we are, moving you all back in there.
Yeah, sorry that we're indecisive wusses that got to go through.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's the wizard and the thief.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
least brave people here.
All right. So you guys come through, charging into the tunnel again, having to get to the point where it kind of like you're crawling through. Wemble is not being able to get through is now out in the main chamber as well. So who would still be in the tunnel? I'd say Rick came through last, so I'm gonna put Rick in the tunnel, Nivette in the tunnel. Was anybody else still in the tunnel waiting for them to come through?
Needs.
Needs? Okay. All right. So as you guys come through, you turn around and you see the stone wall there again, being, again, solid, coarse-looking green stone. The gem itself looks almost as if it's from an otherworldly material. The green moonstone, the green, like, moonish glow coming off of it, looks like it could probably be quite valuable.
Yeah, but like I said, I already my main thought with moonlight and there being no moonlight in there was that that's the moonlight, even though it wasn't in there. But I don't know. Maybe the monkey face is the face and the green light coming out of it. But either way, I don't want my eyes to turn to maggots and my lungs to fill with sand.
I would also remind people that there was dust falling down from the ceiling, which indicates that any one of these chambers could suddenly start filling up with sand.
That's fair.
All right. So you guys move out of the tunnel.
Yeah, there's no way I'm fucking with that thing after I just got a backpack full of money.
All right.
We're gonna be like, well, we did our part.
As you guys are, gosh darn it, I gotta stop moving multiple people. As you guys are moving through the tunnel, the monkeys come bursting out of the wall, or the baboons.
Get ready for baboons, guys. Go for it.
So am I allowed to get out of the tunnel before?
Oh, so if we if we pulled the gem out, they wouldn't have been able to get through. Got it.
So you guys are still. You can't move as fast in the tunnel. So I'll say you guys get to basically there, as you're squeezing through. The baboons are small, so they come running through at like full
I think
speed.
we'd be reversed is all because he was ahead of me. So
Yeah.
I gotta be nice and take the attacks.
So the two monkeys come running up behind Rick and make their attacks.
Guys, help!
So the
Demonic
first attack
baboon ghouls.
is a 16 for 1 point of damage. I think that is going to hit and give me another fort save.
Jeez, you're gonna be a mess by the time we get out of here.
I'll use my feeling look on that.
11. Okay, use your fleeting luck on that. Okay. So that's going to burn and be enough. You fight off the effects. Yeah, all you need is a 12. So you fight off the effects of that one's bite, and then the second one bites at you. This time missing with his attack as he tries to bound over the other one. They're like leaping off the walls and leaping over each other as they leap at you to try to bite at you. First one biting your arm. The second one biting your pauldron, not able to actually get to your flesh.
I had already spent a fleeting luck earlier that I didn't
Okay.
take off, so now I have 0.
All right. So with that, Neved, I'm going to say, Tom, you move out of the way so they can follow behind you. Neved, you're up.
Get us out of here! Get these baboons, guys!
You go charging out. Rick, I'm assuming you're charging out as well.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
gonna hurt.
So run as far as you want. They will take their attacks as you flee from
Pushing
them.
past people. Okay.
So the first one, this time they're just going to do their claw attacks as you're trying to get away. 7 is going to miss, and a 12, I think, misses as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. So all of you hear them come
Right,
charging
fighters, yeah.
out, screaming about some kind of baboons, and you guys hear the echoing down, coming out of the mouth of this large baboon head. You just hear... And with that, 2 of these small zombie-looking baboons, these baboon ghouls, come charging out of the mouth, flying out and flailing at whoever is nearby. So I'm going to say that the order you guys are in currently is your marching order, as Zavin and Rick went screaming past you. So the first attack versus Tom, second attack versus Zavin. So versus Tom, that's a 7 that's going to miss. And versus Zavin, I believe is also going to miss with a 12.
Yes.
All right. So back up to the top of the
Like,
order.
What's the big deal?
So Baldwin, I believe you're up.
Yeah. Are we not using initiative right now?
Yeah, we're just gonna go. We're just gonna go the order of the names here, just to make it simple. quick.
Okay. I will Warhammer Shield Bash.
All right, the Warhammer. You did the Shield Bash first, so that one misses. But the Warhammer, you come around as it dodged away from your shield attack. It left itself open for your Warhammer, which comes through, smashing it in the face for 7 points of damage. It goes stumbling backwards, looking quite hurt.
Nice.
Forgot to call my Mighty Deed, and I would have had it there. That sucks.
Yeah, I don't believe these guys have. Yeah,
These
there's
things
no
are tougher
damage
than we
reduction.
are.
All
They have
right.
more hit points than us.
Then with that, after Baldwin is Neved.
Yeah, so after retreating out, I'll spin around and try to stab one of the baboons.
Okay.
Just in absolute panic. These things. Terrifying things.
16 for 4 points of damage.
Coverage.
You finish that one off. The one that
Nice.
Baldwin had smashed in the face. You come through taking advantage of the fact that it looked a bit stunned, and you take him down. Oops, I didn't mean to dead both of
Nice.
those.
Stop biting my
Just one of
friend.
them. Okay. So with that, the one on the left is dead, and we are on to Rick.
I'm just staring at my hand in horror. I don't think I can do a whole lot anyway. So.
All
I'll
right.
let the real combatants do the job here.
Then Sam,
We
you're
did
up
that
then.
part, buddy.
Yeah, I made I
Oh,
wouldn't say I made
sorry.
us rich.
Sam is still in another time.
Yep.
Tom.
I shall light up my shield and I shall try and turn these foul creatures. So that's a D24.
Okay.
Okay, plus 5,
Cool.
23. So I think that's up to 4 hit dice a turn.
It only has 1 hit die, so I'm going to say with that, you basically just kill this thing. The turn unholy is enough to kill this creature as you see it scream out in pain and then just fall limpless to the ground.
Wonderful.
Maybe if you guys rub baboon juice on you, one of you guys can go back.
All right, everybody go ahead and give yourselves 2 XP for that one.
Nice.
I'm gonna. This is gonna be weird, but I'm gonna take all the teeth from the monkeys, their paws.
Yeah, that's weird.
If they have fur, I'm gonna take the fur too.
Oh, for animal summoning.
Yes.
All right, then I'll say add to your inventory baboon ghouls parts.
How many do you think?
They're undead, so they're a bit rotted and stuff. I would say between the 2 of them, you're able to collect basically like 1 creature worth. So we can figure out what that kind of looks like later.
Okay.
All right, so you guys find yourselves back out in this chamber facing the giant baboon head. Its mouth still open, the pale green light down its throat. Yeah, and at the baboons, Wemble went darting down the hallway again. So he's in the hallway looking back.
Oh, that was terrifying. You have no idea how terrifying that was, guys. I mean, look at Rick's arm.
Yeah, Rick's arm looks all just like shriveled and emaciated and looks like it's ready to fall off.
It's my strong
Would it be possible-
hand.
Would it be possible to get a bit of healing from the cleric? I think, Rick, you took a bit of damage there too, didn't you?
Yeah, not crazy, but I mean, it wouldn't hurt my feelings.
Like, I mean, I'm just gonna say, my lay on hands hasn't been really great these days. But anyway, let me try it.
I'm happy to
what-
donate 50 gold to Justicia.
All right,
healing.
that's enough. That's enough. All right, we will. I'll try a lay on hands.
Go ahead and roll up the dice chain as you take that 50 gold and basically put it in a small little pouch, knowing that this is going to be donated to a temple of Justicia. You commune with your goddess, getting a little bit of an advantage on that roll.
Okay, so that's a 16. So what's your alignment?
Neutral.
Oh,
Neutral. So that's 2 dice of healing.
Nice. Thank you.
And the person being healed can roll the healing. Not bad.
Is it D6 for wizard, right?
Wizard, it's a D4.
Okay, sorry. Hang on. Should I check the oops? Oh man. How do I clear it? I can just erase it.
Just go down the bottom. You can just click on the D4 twice. It'll just replace it. It's fine. You can just leave it alone. We'll just ignore that
I
roll.
did this all wrong. There it is. Okay.
Not much less for
Cool.
rolling lower dice. All right, so
Awesome.
go ahead and you heal back up to full, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right, with that, what else do you guys want to do in this chamber? Are you ready to move back to the central chamber that you entered from?
yeah.
Guess we gotta go
I'm
down.
pretty happy to just leave. I'm real happy with that. Oh,
Backpack full of gems.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've done everything that we came here to do, right?
Uh,
Or were we supposed
technically,
to
you
retrieve
just
the
Sound
spear?
is about-
discovered her body. You knew of the spear, but you weren't necessarily coming to retrieve it, per se.
Can I
We were
take
just here to find the sister, right?
Yep, that was the
That's what
main
it
goal
seemed
for
like.
coming, was to find the sister, and if you could, the man that enticed her to coming.
Can I test the wall real quick just to see if we can still pass through that, or if we're locked out now too?
That wall seems to be shut as well, so you no longer see the portal facing through it.
Oh, because I was thinking it would be nice of us to bring the body back. Oh well.
We have this way we haven't gone yet, and we have this way we haven't gone yet. Or we can go this way out the door. And be free rich men.
Does that mean
What are we feeling like?
So what's everybody think?
Given the symmetry of these two passageways that go down, I have a feeling that they connect down, in a chamber below us, similar to the way they do here. So I don't suppose it matters which one we go down, but do we want to go down? Or do we just want to leave? Y'all are going to share some of that treasure, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah, you already got 50 for, or we already gave 50 to Justicia, so I mean that's sharing, right?
that's going straight to Justicia, right? That's a sacrifice.
Yeah, she gets the real share, right?
All right. Should we go down this direction?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. So as you go this way, you almost slip a little bit as it slopes decently steeply. But once you catch yourself and adjust to the slope, you have no problem walking down.
Oh yeah. Here we go. More caskets. Next. So Rick and I already did our turn with this.
All right. So a downward sloping passage ends in a chamber containing 4 large dust-covered sarcophagi. Stylized bodies have been painted on the lids, 2 males and 2 females, presumably representing the inhabitants inside profane images on the... presumably representing the inhabitants inside. Pause. Profane images on the sarcophagi depict the 4 humans catering to Andoheb's every whim and fetish.
Wow. Good to be king.
This is hell.
All right, who's next up to open caskets? What does Wendell think about this?
I haven't had a go with this, yeah.
Wemble's fallen behind and curious to see what it is. He before anybody opens any, he kind of goes up and investigates them a little bit, looking at them. Basically, he kind of looks at them, trying to figure out what they are, and he's the one that tells you, basically, as he goes through it and studies the hieroglyphics and the images and things like that, that these were definitely his concubines.
Mm-hmm. Anybody want to fight some
And then he
concubines?
backs
that's what I
up
was just
just
thinking.
in case.
Any takers?
Needs will open a sarcophagus.
Okay. So Needs moves up and begins opening one of the sarcophagi. Does anybody move into the room with him?
Baldwin will.
Balden? Okay, so we'll move Balden in there really quick. There he is. Pew. Boom. All right. So the 2 of you are definitely strong enough to move and open the first. As it opens, you smell a bit of rot and decay. And inside the sarcophagus, you see the inanimate, mundane female mummy. She is adorned with a jeweled necklace over her wrappings. It looks like, it would be roughly worth about 25 gold pieces.
No baboons.
No baboons.
Nivette is very disappointed.
All right, we'll open the other one.
All right, you open the second one. The second one, as it creaks open, boom, the lid slamming to the ground, echoing through the chambers. Another inanimate, mundane male mummy. This mummy looks like he was interred with a gold dagger, which looks like it's probably worthless as a weapon as it's made of gold, but is probably quite valuable as it does look ancient. It's probably, you guess, worth around 55 gold pieces.
Wow, so he swung both ways, huh? You said these were his concubines, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody
All
should
right.
grab that dagger.
Yeah, let's
grab the dagger.
Okay.
Something could be nice for the thief, right?
I mean, I'm happy to sell it. Yeah.
Well, I was thinking just to something like prettier to stab people with.
I mean, if it's allowed to do the same, I guess I might rock a gold dagger. If it's allowed to just be a dagger.
Yeah, if they hand it to you and you kind of investigate it and look like it's not well balanced, it's really ornate and pretty, but again, you think like as a weapon, it would be pretty close to useless.
Maybe if I put it in a sock, I could make it a sap.
It's decorative.
All right, we'll pop
Yeah.
the third coffin.
All right. As you open the third coffin, this one has an inanimate, mundane field mummy. But this time, as you open it, this time 4 baboon creatures
Yeah, there we go.
come popping out and attack. Wemble begins running. So those of you in the chamber, 4 monkeys are going to pop out. These are going to be 2 attacks against Tom and 2 attacks against Baldwin.
Nice.
So the first versus Tom is a 20. I think that
20 hits.
hits. Yep, for 1 point of damage, and I need a fort save from you.
Because of my shield, I go up 1 in the save, so
Mhm.
I'll just roll it and then we'll add our fort.
I'm trying to remember. I think, did I add it to you? I can't remember or not, but that's fine. Oh, yeah, you definitely
Okay.
save.
Yeah.
All right, the second bite against you. This time a 17 misses as you're able to get your shield up and block the second one. First bite against Baldwin. That is only a 9, which misses. The second one jumps on you and is still unable to find purchase. I believe, right? Yep. All right. So as the 2 baboons on either side, leaping at you guys, attacking. All right. We'll go ahead and... Is anybody else going to join in the fight, or are you guys hanging out there?
Everything okay down there?
It's funny, I
Baboons.
back before they opened the last one because I thought I couldn't see the last one, so I thought they had already opened it. But it's like, there's nothing. Walk out here.
All right. We'll go down the order. So again, it looks like it'll be Leo first.
All right. He's going to Warhammer, Shield Bash, and his. I should call these mighty deeds before I start rolling dice, but we'll just skip it.
Okay. So your Warhammer, you swing with the Warhammer, but miss as it ducks out of the way. But again, seeing the advantage that you've opened up for yourself, you come back around with your shield, smashing it back for 2 points of damage. Let's see. I messed these up. They are supposed to have 10 HP. All right. So 10 points of damage, or 2 points against damage against him. All right. Then with that, Nived, did you want to do anything?
Nived's got his backpack on the ground and he's just digging through all the gems, admiring what he got.
All right, back in the
And,
central chamber. You hear
yeah.
screaming and baboon noises down below.
Oh yeah, that sounds familiar.
Rick.
You guys feel like getting shot at?
I'll tell you too, like, you can see down into the passage, because again, this is a sloping passage, not an angular passage. It's a sloping down in, so you from the top can see down inside.
All right. Yeah, I guess I'll, when I hear the screams, pull my crossbow and go ahead and try to pop the one I can see there.
All right. Give yourself a +2 as you are technically above it.
Do I have a -1 for my strong hand?
-1 die, but then +2 on the attack.
Okay, so I'll just roll a d16 with the +3. 15. 15.
A 15. That does hit. As another one of the creatures takes a couple points of damage. 6 points of damage. Very good. That's going to finish one of these guys off. As you see it leap and it's trying to climb on Baldwin's back, kind of climbing over him, trying to bite him in the neck. The arrow hits it right in the back of the head, and it falls to the ground limp.
Thank you.
All right, Sam. You see the fight with the the wolf and these two guys still going on and battling as you try to still orient yourself with this new world you find yourself in. Tom.
You know something? It works so well, I'm going to turn undead.
All right.
So adding 5 to this. That's a 12, which I think is just a success.
All
So I
right.
think, I'll pull up the,
Results there real quick.
let's see. All right. That's going to be, sorry, I was just trying to bring up the...
Yeah, you're fine. You can reduce your disapproval.
Yep.
So 1 hit die, no effect. So it looks like just worked, but it didn't seem to turn anybody.
Right. All right. Definitely going to need to make some propitiation to Justicia.
All right. With that, Zavin, you're up.
Sorry, I was on mute there. Gonna enter the room and hopefully get far enough to.
Yeah, it's not that far, so you're able to get into that room just fine.
Okay. Sorry, I lost my character sheet. 1 second. Swinging the long sword.
All right. You come running into the room, and the other ghoul that is climbing on Baldwin, you slice across it as it's on his arm, causing it some damage, 1 point of damage, and it jumps off of him and lands on the ground. All right. So then we are back up to the creatures. Since you just attacked it, it's going to turn and bite at you, Zavin. That is going to be a 13. I think misses, right? Yep, just misses. And then the other two that are still fighting Tom, first bite is going to miss, and the second bite, natural 1. This one, as it tries to bite you, it bites down and on the edge of your shield, and you kind of bash it away, breaking some of its teeth, smashing its face. That one will be unable to bite going forward. All right. Leo, you're up.
All right. For my mighty deed, I would like to try to knock one of these things into the other one and maybe give it some kind of disadvantage on its next attack.
Okay.
So Warhammer and Shield Bash.
Hey, it worked. All right. So your Warhammer, you come around with the ones that are attacking Tom and smash one of them. He goes stumbling back into the other, and they both kind of look like they've lost their balance. So they're going to take 9 points of damage. The one that you hit is you just take him out. The other one's off balance. So you come back with your shield bash and hit it, but it's a little bit farther away from you, and your shield swings and misses. All right, Neved, you still searching through your gems and things?
Well, after I hear the screaming and the commotion, I figure, okay, more baboons. Can I start to move into the room
Yeah, absolutely.
to help out?
Yeah, you can kind of like stand on the slope of the hallway there.
Can I reach a baboon from here with my sword?
If you step one more into the room, I'll say you can swing at one.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I'll take a swing.
All right, you
15?
swing at the one that was attacking Zavin and kill it, destroying it. It is down.
Nice.
All right, Rick. One baboon left.
So I can't see him from where I'm at. So
I would say, yeah, from where you're at, you wouldn't be able to hit him. You'd have to come down into the room because he's on the far side of Tom, kind of like between the two sarcophaguses. So Tom is completely blocking your view of this one.
Oh, okay, there he is. I was like, yeah, I'm still not seeing him, but I forgot he's like itty bitty.
Yeah, he's tiny.
All right, well, I'm 10 feet away or so, so this should go great.
It's your sweet spot.
Oh yeah, so it'll be D16 again plus 3, or no, not plus 3 because I'm not on the slope enough, or
Yeah, just your regular add or modifier on this one. So yeah, D16. I think it's what, +1.
hey, that's a hit, right? 14.
You take out the last baboon.
Nice.
I'm so useful this session.
It's because we've got experience with these baboons, Rick. You know, it's the second baboon fight for us.
Yeah, I just need somebody to stand there and take the hits for me while I shoot.
We do much better in that case.
All right, so for that one, everyone can take another 2 XP.
Oh. Moving on up.
Mm-hmm.
So should be at 60. Is that accurate?
That's what I've got.
Sam, I'm bumping you up to the 60 as well. You're getting experience for the fight that's going on there in the desert.
Okay.
All right, so you've got the third sarcophagus open, and inside the third sarcophagus, as we said, was just the mummy. The mummy himself, once you go back and look at it, is wearing a ring. The ring looks like it is very ornate.
Needs will take the ring.
Okay. As you go in to reach for the ring, you notice a very distinctive odor. It smells like a spicy, musky scent, strong with myrrh, with hints of cinnamon and olive oil.
Sounds like a delicious money.
All right,
Wait,
so
and this is just Needs that smells this because you put on the ring?
he's the one grabbing reaching in for it. He's the only one that smells it.
Okay, I will continue to take the ring.
All right. So this ring is called Andoheb's Musk. So this magical ring makes the wearer smell exactly like Andoheb smelled in life. A spicy, musky scent strong with myrrh, with hints of cinnamon and olive oil. Andoheb gave this ring as a gift to mask his indiscretions. In addition to continually cloaking the wearer in perfume, it provides the wearer a +3 fort save to any air-based choking attacks, i.e. choking cloud, and what was that, fecund, fungi, etc. So any kind of like odor-based air choking or that, it gives you a +3 on your fort save.
Okay.
So I'm going to throw that in your inventory.
If we like bury our face in his armpit, can we get that?
As soon as the ring is removed, the odor on the mummy dissipates.
Well, yeah. Well, I assume this smell is pleasing to Justicia, right?
Yeah.
Justicia hates murder, man.
It depends if she likes that smell or not.
All right, so you've opened 3 of the sarcophagi so far.
Let's go for one.
All right, you guys go to open the last one?
Can I
Might as
have
well.
ready to shoot anything that pops out?
Absolutely. So you ready your bow, prepared. So this 4th one, you push off the side, the stone grinding as it slides off and slams to the ground. Opening the sarcophagus causes a modified color spray to go off. Every PC in the room, which is basically everybody, is going to need to make me a will save as bright lights suddenly fill the room.
See, I should come down.
I'm going to let you know, too, this is a high will save.
I'm gonna put 2 luck into that. Get up to 16.
16?
Yeah.
All right. Even with a 16, that is a fail. The only one that saves is Guer. So Guer, you save. Everybody else suffers the results of the spell at first level. So basically you're blinded. So let me look up the color spray just to make sure I have the right... where's color spray? Here it is. You are blinded for 1d4 rounds. So 1d4 rounds...
Let's just have a seat and.
That is 30 minutes,
for now.
roughly. And let me see if anything else happens here. As you are blinded, your eyes seem to transform into rancid meat. The only person seeing this is Zavin. And maggots begin to pour from your eye sockets.
I'm gonna gag a little bit.
And nobody got a natural 1 on that, which is good, because if you had a natural 1, it was permanent.
Holy shit.
So for 30 minutes, your eyes begin to just pour out like maggots crawling out of rancid meat.
Bolton's going to go into the corner. Well, he's not going to go in. He's going to feel his way somewhere and throw up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have a seat and just.
Maybe he'll throw up into the sarcophagus.
Yeah, so Zavin, you see all of your comrades now just like panicking, and you see their eyes like maggots coming out of them, and just this distress across everybody. They don't know that this is only temporary, as they panic and try to deal with this as they're blind and moving around this chamber.
I'll just tell him just
I'm just
relax.
sitting down.
You might trip another trap or something, so just sit there.
So you try to calm them down. So the panic goes on for roughly 30 minutes as you guys move around the room, trying to figure out what you can do, pleading to a god, whatever you possibly can to try to get this to stop. And after 30 minutes of panic, your eyes, your vision starts to come back. The maggots stop and crawl away. And you blink a few times, your eyes readjusting to the light of Justicia's shield. All right. As your vision comes back to you, you see inside the sarcophagus the mummified male concubine wearing gold earrings. The
Yeah,
earrings,
Baldwin will
too.
grab the
look
earrings.
ornate. All right. The earrings. Who's grabbing them? Sorry.
Baldwin.
Balden? Okay, Balden grabbing the earrings. I'll go ahead and put them in your inventory. These are the earrings of Andoheb's favor. If a person offers these earrings to someone and they accept them and wear them, they fall in love with the person who offered them, similar to a love potion.
Oh.
There is a
Nice.
DC 14 will save to be merely infatuated and not fall in love.
Give it to me. I'll fall in love with you.
And then you give it to another person, and then we've got
Now we have a really tight group.
we got a swinger party.
I mean, so what was Endaheb's kind of taste like? I mean, God, with all of these concubines, it feels like he would be on Grindr or something, really.
Yeah, it seems like
Yeah,
Andoheb was
not
just
much
kind of
else
down
to do,
for
I think,
anything.
right? You know,
Yeah,
There's
it's not-
baboons in one of them.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
It's got baboons, too.
Yeah, sounds like you knew at a party. So
All right, as you guys finish searching through the coffins or the sarcophagus, does not seem like there's anything else in this room to draw your attention.
all right, let's go and check the other side.
All right, you guys begin moving back through to cross into the other side.
Wait, didn't we hear some chanting or something at some point somewhere? Was that coming from?
That was the mummy inside that chamber with the pool.
Oh yeah, okay, that's right.
Yeah, so you guys already dealt with that.
I want to be thiefy and look around for any secrets.
Okay, go ahead and do a, what is that? Just give me an intelligence.
Nope.
Yeah, nope. Can't seem anything else that seems like it would benefit in any different way.
We're going down the right-hand side now.
Yep. I think everyone's heading that way.
Yeah, it was good that we fought the mummy first, because we weren't like weakened already, you know. But that's
Mhm.
I mean, it's unfortunate that we lost Sam, but so Sam's just got to watch everything that's going on.
yeah.
I apologize, Sam.
That's all right.
Yeah, you're not even supposed to get like a reflex save, but I was like, you're already going in the pool, and like you guys haven't even searched the place, so I'm like, I'm giving them reflex saves. All right,
It's
so
the module would like hard lock a player out.
right. I mean, it's supposed to be. I think you're supposed to do that kind of at the end, so it's kind of how you would end. But since you guys got the mummy juice on you and came back into this chamber before searching everything else, I was like, we're rolling with it.
Yeah.
All right. So as you enter this area, a narrow passage heads south before ending in a large chamber containing an open sarcophagus. A 9-foot tall mummy, the presumed inhabitant of the sarcophagus, is crumbled in the corner. Its bandages are scorched and torn asunder. Near the sarcophagus is a withered parchment, crackling and popping with magical energy. The dust on the floor is freshly disturbed by multiple tracks, indicating whatever fracas happened here occurred fairly recently.
Take a look
Yeah,
at
check out that part.
All right, so you guys go up to look. As you guys are searching the room, you can kind of see that there is 2 sets of tracks. The first made by a human with a smaller foot, and the other being roughly halfling sized, a little bit smaller. They can both be seen both heading in and out of the chamber.
Where's Wemple, guys? Anybody have eyes on Wemple?
Wemble's behind you guys. He's behind Baldwin.
All right. Were you in here? Are these your halfling footprints?
I've been following you. I did not leave. You've seen everywhere I've gone.
Is Artith Bay a halfling?
Artith Bay? Yes, he was.
Are you Artith Bay?
No,
Wemple,
no.
are you Artith Bay? Are you deceiving us, Wemple?
Now you can go ahead and
Well,
give me a intelligence check to see if you can determine his truthfulness to what he's saying.
I figured it out. I'm on to you, Wemple. Nope, never mind.
No, you quite confidently get when he says no, he is not Ardith Bay, that he's 100% confident that he is not Ardith Bay.
Guys, don't fall for that.
Searching the chamber a bit further, you see that the mummy looks incredibly old, but the wounds and burns look fresh. It appears as if it was felled by some sort of magic and stabbed multiple times in the back.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and as you go up to check out the scroll, who's checking the scroll?
The wizard.
Wizard? Naved?
Yep.
Okay, so Naved, you go up to check the scroll. I need you to go
I'm
ahead.
looking with my eyes first.
Looking with your eyes first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, it's sitting on the ground, right?
Yep.
Face up?
It looks like crackling parchment. In the corner is, it's basically a little bit scorched, and it's like crackling with energy. You being a wizard, looks like this is looks like some sort of spell scroll, possibly.
And I can't read it from on the ground. I have to pick it up.
Yeah, it seems like it's kind of rolled up, so you can't fully read
All
it.
right.
You can see a few different things, and
I'll
you
pick
see
it up.
runes, like magical runes.
Yeah, I'll pick it up in that case.
Okay, go ahead, and as you pick it up, give me a general, like, spell casting.
Oh. Okay. hang on.
Just a spell check, a general spell check.
Gotcha. Wow.
Natural 1, okay. So with a natural 1, as you go to open it, you inadvertently cast. It seems like this casting was like half done, and by opening it up, you caused the rest of it to go off.
Yeah.
As a result of 11 or lower, the scroll activates and casts Magic Missile. Spell result of 23, targeting the PC with the lowest luck. Who here has the lowest luck of who's alive?
I got a 14.
10.
10 currently.
No, that's
I've got 10.
So it seems like 10 is our lowest. All right.
I would have 9 if I didn't have the necklace on. So
That gives you the bonus. So both of those with 10, go ahead and just roll me a luck check.
There's 3 of us with 10.
Three of us.
Oh, okay. All 3 of you. Roll a luck check.
I did not make it.
All right, so Balden is the one that will take this, and it is a spell result of 23. So 23, the caster throws 1d4 plus 2 missiles that do damage equal to 1d6 plus caster level, so it's just going to be 4 missiles.
So 46.
That's going to be 2, 8.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, just
Sorry.
yeah, 8, 9, 10.
It's Wempel's fault. He's lying to us. He's really
14 points of damage as these 4 magic missiles go launching out of it, swirling through the room and smashing against Balden.
Balden's down.
Sorry. It's Wempel's fault.
Oh man, that just barely beat your HP.
Mm-hmm.
So Wemble,
I think I was down in HP that didn't get marked earlier from one of those other fights.
okay, that's fine.
Anyway, but
so yeah, you take all these missiles, just slam against Balden, and you see him collapse to the ground, his warhammer dropping out of his hand with a loud thud onto the ground.
Medic. Medic.
I don't feel so bad anymore about my misfires.
Can Needs do something to save him?
Well, are we in initiative round?
You're good to go. Yeah, we're just going kind of like rounds here. So as this is all going, you're kind of free-forming here. This just happened.
All right. I'm going to guess from your share of the treasure, I'm going to donate 50 GP to go up a dice.
Okay, that'll work.
Sure.
Yeah, I guess Balden really has no say since he's unconscious at the time.
All right, that's a 17.
All right, so 17 on, you're doing lay on hands, I'm assuming?
Laying hands, what's your alignment?
Neutral.
Okay, that's 2 dice of healing as Justicia favors you.
Okay.
Nice.
Those are D12s? Yep. Or sorry, D10s.
10s,
You had it right.
yeah.
Yep. So 11
So,
points of
11.
healing back.
Nice.
All right, as you come back into consciousness, your chest sore, like you're trying to catch your breath, but struggling to catch your breath from these 4 missiles that slammed into your chest.
Now, does he lose a point of stamina, or did we do it fast enough that...
I would say you did it fast enough as you saw these sudden, like, you were all saw the missile suddenly swirl through the room, go flying and hitting Balden. You immediately saw him lose consciousness, and you were able to rush over and do a lay on hands fast enough.
Ooh.
All right.
Thank you.
With that,
Anything else in the sarcophagus?
Wemble asks, is the room safe? Are there any hieroglyphics or anything that I can read?
Yeah, come on in, Wemble.
So he comes down inside. Looking around, he sees the lid of the sarcophagus has some writings on it.
Still can't find that spear, huh?
No spear in the room, but he looks at the sarcophagus and can decipher that this is apparently Sigvart, a trusted royal bodyguard of Andoheb and Emrusup.
Is there any other loots?
What was that?
Any other loots?
That is it.
In the
All that was in here
sarcophagus or the
seemed to
corpse?
be the spell scroll.
And the coffin's open or not?
Yeah, it was open. Yeah.
Oh.
Looks like this mummy sitting here to the side was inside of it. It must have been risen open when the sarcophagus was opened in the first place, and then the mummy attacked and was destroyed.
Then it was backstabbed, right?
Yeah, it was. It
By
looks like it was
halfling.
scorched and then stabbed multiple times in the back.
By a halfling, guys. Key point.
All right. Needs will ask, do you know more about this than you're letting on there?
I only know what we told you.
All right. Would it be a personality or intelligence check to figure out if he's lying?
I'll give you the option on that.
I
Okay, I'll-
put
I'll
my back to the
personality
wall
check.
and stand on the opposite side of the room of Wemble.
With a 16. With a 16, you feel like he knows more than he's letting on, but you don't get a specific, like, what he's being deceptive about.
Okay. I'll look at him and say, wag on my finger and say, Justicia observes all wrongdoing.
Well, I don't want to upset your patron.
goddess, not a patron.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm sorry.
look
You're
like-
you're a goddess.
All right. Where else can we go here? We explored the whole place.
I think that's pretty much
You,
it.
Wemble.
You've explored pretty much everything.
I was gonna double check this room as well. I
Okay,
guess.
go ahead and do an investigation check.
I wait for Wemple to leave the room first before I go.
Okay, that's fine.
I
With
never
10.
let him be behind me for the rest of this game.
All right. So with that, yeah, you don't see anything else that looks like there is a secret chamber or anything hidden within that area.
Great.
All right. With
That's
that,
it. We don't have
you've,
any other places to go, right?
yeah, you've searched everything.
Should we take the bad news home?
Yeah,
Zeta?
but we weren't able to find the spear.
Nope. Unable to get the spear.
Maybe
I mean, that wasn't really our mission, though, right?
Correct.
Anything further through? Let's see. There's this narrow passage here.
Yeah, so that's the like 9x9 hole that looks like it's an air shaft that leads out of the top of the pyramid.
we might be able to shove the halfling in there.
Is it baboon size? Could a baboon have climbed up that?
Possibility. If you look like and investigate it a little bit closer as you go to inspect it, it looks like the inside of it is lined with some kind of slick oil.
Maybe if we light it up, maybe set it on fire.
Yeah.
What
mean,
if
we
we,
could do
what if
something
we get
drastic.
out of here and then go to the outside and try to find where it connects to the outside? And
Sure.
Oh yeah, I can
It-
show you where that is.
this sounds like it's like made for stuff to be slid down here to the main chamber from the outside if it's all covered in oil.
I guess so.
Anyways, it doesn't look like it's going to be easily to climb up there. If one of us could fit up in there and go on our bellies, it's going to be slick.
All right. So as you guys head back,
Being the smallest person other than the halfling, he's like, yeah, we don't want to go up there.
all right, Tom, where are you heading?
Is there, there's a side passage on the baboon thing. Did we investigate that?
Yeah. So this side was
Wait,
where
yeah,
the
that-
coffin with the mummy juice was.
Right. Got it. Then
Yeah,
I'll just go out.
The only thing we haven't done is remove the green gem to trigger the catastrophe.
Oh yeah, does somebody want to go do that after we all step out?
Wemple can do it.
Wemble's like, no, I'm leaving with you guys.
I guess that's like, do we want to try that?
I mean, Justicia will probably protect you. You know.
Okay, all right. If
There you
you
go.
guys
I like
wind it
that.
up, but I'm only going to do it if the rest of you are here.
We'll be right here, standing right where we are now.
No, with me to fight whatever we have to face in the name of Justicia. So, can we go back there and take the jam?
I'm pretty sure you won't have to fight anything.
I mean-
I think it'll just fill with sand and other nasty things like that will happen.
That's
Yeah, I say we just bail.
It might just kill him though. So I mean, it might be worth the gamble.
We need our cleric though.
It's a magical thing, and we're like underground, and there's dust falling from the ceiling. I have a feeling that you can move that. This whole place is going to come down.
All
How
right,
does Wemble
then.
feel? Wemble wants to leave? He's fine with leaving? He's not trying to talk us into staying or anything?
No, Wemble thinks.
I think we've done everything we can do here. We found Isabel. Unfortunately, we are not able to recover her body, which her sister will be very sad about, as we can't give her proper burial. But you did find her heirlooms, which she would probably
Yeah.
appreciate getting back.
All right. Okay, then I will not take the jam, especially as the rest of my party who are not fortified by faith in Justicia are not willing to stand by my side as I take the risk. So we will just.
While we're
Yeah.
talking about this, I take out some parchment and I start sketching Wemble's face into the parchment.
Okay,
And then we'll-
give me a agility check to
Oh,
see
really?
to see how well you can sketch it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say he doesn't like that.
No, it's not him. It's just basically seeing 16. You do a fairly good caricature sketching of this guy.
And I write on it Wemple, and I put quotation marks around his name.
All right, got it. All right, so Rick, as you lead the party out, as you go down the tunnel, you notice that the stone door that you came in is solid. But as you get closer and closer to it to go investigate to see if you can open it, it, again, from inside, begins to fade and become translucent, and you guys can walk out.
I thought only the mummy juice people were going to be allowed to leave.
Nope.
Start rubbing myself up on somebody.
Yeah, this door activates from inside by anyone leaving.
Donkey, are you alive?
All right, so everybody follows out.
Yeah.
All right, and with that, we'll drag out.
So we lost Sam.
So we lost Sam in this adventure, and so I'll go through a few things here for you. Yeah, if you removed that gem, removing the moonstone gem caused that tunnel to start filling with sand. As it fills with sand, there would also be there's 3 different pillars of moonstone that would come slamming down, locking you inside. One from that main entrance that you just exited out of would be blocked. One from that hallway that had the big baboon face in it, you'd be locked in that room, and the tunnel would fill with sand. And the longer somebody's in there, it gets fuller and fuller to the point where they can't move, and they begin to suffocate and they die. So basically, you guys set off one curse, the maggots for the eyes, the choking on the sand you guys avoided, and then the third one, scorpions shall find their bed. You don't know. And then since we're pretty much done with the adventure right here, you guys did a couple different things. You did perfectly using some kind of moonlight on the statue opens the front portal. Alternatively, if you guys couldn't figure that out or do that, you guys could have found the opening, the little 9x9 opening, and somebody of a smaller demeanor could have stripped down naked and slid down inside. And then if they had walked to this front door, it would have opened from the inside.
Yeah, we would have had to shove Wemble down.
And is there a way to get the moon spear?
It was inside the sarcophagus, inside the burial chamber. But when the 2 monkeys attacked, they fled, leaving the spear behind.
I figured as much.
Yeah, I could only do a D4 with no bonus damage, so I really wasn't confident in my baboon slaying ability.
Yeah, one thing that Nivet does when we go back to town is he will drop off the picture of whatever his name is, Wemble, to the El Gato Guild, and just say, might want to vet this guy.
Okay.
Check this guy out.
All right, so we're going to roleplay a little bit. Did anybody add the gold from the tomb to their inventory?
I hadn't typed it in yet. No, it was 700, you said. Right?
Yep, so 700 for both of you because you guys had backpacks. Yeah. So that's a total of 1,400. We'll knock that down to 1,300 as 100 of it has been spent on Justicia for healing.
Yep.
All right, so 1,300. Are you guys going to spread that out?
We owe 15%. Is that right?
Yep, 15%.
So, what was that, 150 and then another 40? And then another 45.
This is math.
We'll say it's roughly 200 gold, so that leaves you with 1,100.
And then 1,100 divided by 6? No, well, I guess Sam's not here.
Yeah.
5?
Divided by 5, so what, 220?
All right. So before you guys do that, you take all of your stuff back to town. You meet back up with, I got to remember her name because I already forgot.
Zeta?
Yes. So you meet back up with Zeta Astur. She is saddened by finding out that her sister is dead. And you can see, physically, she loses something. She's very, very distraught by this news. She basically takes solace in knowing that you were able to, prevent any further things of damnation for her and all those kind of things. Do you guys offer her? Go ahead.
Baldwin's going to present her the family ring and the ancient rune necklace.
All right. So she takes both and thanks you for everything you did, and the family ring is the more important part. And with you providing this, she's going to give you back the amulet to
okay.
as a way of saying thank you for finding her sister. Um,
Cool.
and then basically you guys are going to be paid in the gold that you got, plus I think it was about 150 gold is what she was like willing to give you guys for doing this. So with that, there's 5 of you left. So let's take our money. We have 1,100 remaining plus 150 times 5 plus 1,100. So right now that puts you at 1,850 total gold from this experience. So as you guys are in town, one of you goes to find El Gato. The Who said that they were doing that?
Midnight.
Nived? Okay. Go ahead and roll me a luck check to see if, El Gato is a underground, thieves guild, so finding them isn't going to be the easiest thing.
To be clear though, if we're gonna like sell stuff and like liquidate our big bags of gems, I would do that first.
Okay.
I wouldn't take a big backpack full of gems to the thieves guild.
Yeah, that makes sense. So by the time you get back, it's too late to get and sell anything or do any of that kind of stuff currently. So you just you guys go back to your lodging basically, and wake up in the morning. When you wake up in the morning, over about, let's see, somebody roll me a D100. Who's it gonna be?
I'll do it.
Who said I'll do it? There it goes. 66% of your earnings have disappeared overnight.
Oh. Cursed gold.
Down to 629 gold that you guys can split amongst each other.
So 100 and,
It's all gonna disappear.
125 roughly a piece.
Yeah, we'll round it up to, we'll say 130. You guys get 130 gold apiece. And then everybody go ahead and roll me. You can either do a luck check or a intelligence check.
That's actually a fight.
I'll do a luck check.
All right. So, Guer, you see evidence of somebody breaking into your room at night. Somebody snuck in. The window latch is broken and slightly ajar. So it looks like somebody broke into your room overnight.
It's Wempo again. Did I report him yet?
Not yet. And Baldin, you can see something too. Somebody broke into your room as well.
Anything missing? I mean, my gold is. We're talking about just because the gold's missing.
Just the gold missing. Yep.
Okay.
That seems to be the only thing missing.
No, I'll tell
Guys,
everybody.
it's him. I'm telling you, it's him. Let's hunt this guy down. Do a shakedown.
So you go ahead, Nivet, and roll me another luck to see if you can find somebody who can lead you to El Gato.
Yep.
5. All right. So you spend some time and hear some rumors and some things like that, and you're able to find a connection with El Gato. Looks like somebody who's a member of the Thieves Guild. Isn't very cooperative, doesn't really seem to want to pay you any mind or attention, but do you give him the image you drew of Wemble?
I mean, can he lead me to someone who's more reliable to share this information with?
At this time, he's unwilling.
No? I would
You
explain
bribe
to him
him?
like this. Yeah, sure. I'll bribe him. Fine. What do I think is suitable? Bribe.
Up to you.
Give him 20 gold.
He takes the 20 gold. He says
Someone
thank
in
you.
Leadership.
He takes 20 gold. He says thank you and darts down an alleyway to disappear.
Oops.
took your 20 gold and took off.
Fucking thieves.
All
Fine,
right.
I'll deal with this guy myself. I tried to help you guys out, but now I'll just deal with it on my own.
So that is where we will end the adventure. What did I say? 130 gold, everybody. So you can go into your character sheet and add 130 gold to where you currently stand. So I'll give you a little bit of background stuff since the adventure is over, and we'll be moving on to a different adventure. So both Zita and Wemble and Isabel were all members of El Gato. Then the three of them had gone into the tomb prior. And basically during that, they woke up the mummy who captured, upon, they started fighting, and upon seeing Isabel, called out Sanjisip, thinking that she looked like Sanjisip. And in his rage to get revenge, took her into the chamber with the portal. They couldn't find a way to get into it, so they came out looking for adventurers that could help them get in there, which is why they sent you in to find her. They were the ones that attacked and killed the one mummy, and left the spell scroll behind and things like that. And the whole time you guys were in there, Wemble was basically keeping track of how much treasure and stuff that you found, and marking down all that kind of stuff and the things that you had collected. So when he got back, he let the Thieves Guild know about it, and they snuck into your rooms and stole a bunch of the gold and stuff.
Well, I had a lot more gold than what they stole, so I'm so happy about that. My guy had a ton of starting gold when I rolled up a second level character. So.
Yeah, which you probably, if you have, when you guys left on, the adventure, you would have taken all that with you. So since you guys had lodgings, you probably had that locked in a separate chest. So when they broke into your rooms, they just looked for your gear of the day and stole from that.
Hate that guy.
All right. Well, that was Tomb of the Savage Kings. There's several other results that we could have gotten. You guys could have all been trapped inside the tomb, and then you guys could have used ways to sneak out that 9x9 tunnel. So, halflings, elves, and thieves can grease themselves up and get out of it. Anyone else can use magical means, possibly, to reduce their size or become gaseous forms. Otherwise, through study of the hieroglyphics, you could have found that in 26 days, a new moon cycle will begin, which will allow you to get into the moon pool and possibly open up another portal and make it through the portal to a different time. Let's see, what else? You could have... Well, adventure and lists, so it looks like Sam's heading the lists, ancient times.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what else? I think that is basically it. One of the results, if you had disrupted basically the spell that he had going on to transfer her life force, if you had disrupted that in some way, like knocking over the scales or something random like that, the jackal would have come through the portal and attacked you guys in the tomb. In which case it then would have gotten out and caused disaster, which it says... If the Demon Jackal of Lys is unleashed within present day, within a fortnight, it starts wreaking havoc on a small town of Herat in a scenario chronicled in DCC 66.5, Doom of the Savage Kings.
I was just going to ask that if the Jackal was the Hound of Herat.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice.
And the wolf fears from that too.
Yeah, so... All right, what do you guys think? I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording really quick. Or go ahead.
Oh, what was the... what features did the spear have if we got that?
Oh, yeah. So, again, it didn't have listed features, so I kind of just did it myself by rolling up a magic sword and then kind of adjusted a couple things to make it kind of fit the motif. So it's a chaotic spear, has an intelligence of 5. Its bane is undead, so it has hardiness. When taking damage from the bane, wielder makes a DC 16 fort save. On success, only takes half damage. Its special purpose is to acquire wealth by any means. Its special powers, on crit, heals all allies within 30 feet for half of the damage dealt, as the spear radiates green moonlight. It sheds moonlight for 20 feet at will, and detects golden gem within 60 feet. So its bane ability is that if you strike a crit with it, all allies within 30 feet heal for half the damage dealt.
Jeez.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Oh, let's just go back with the crew of miners and
Yeah.
take that place apart.
All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording. So thank you guys for playing along.